facts are here?
Because on this day.
In 2004, Super Bowl halftime show, Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake are performing that song. And clearly the plan was, when he said, "Bet I have you naked," by the end of this song, she had a part of her shirt that was supposed to rip away and not make her naked, but leave like a different colored piece of fabric underneath it, which was what was supposed to happen.
So it was a wardrobe malfunction, as they said.
But as Justin grabbed it, it exposed
her
everything.
Pierced nipple. Yeah.
It wasn't pierced.
Gina will refer to
pierced,
it as it's got a ring around it.
An areola ring.
Gina will refer to it as exposed her everything. No, it exposed her nipple for what? Second and a half, 2 seconds?
Not even that long.
I think they did time it at 3 seconds. That's what I remember. 1001, 1002, 1003. That's it. And the nation almost crumbled.
We almost lost our democracy then. That almost
our collective minds. Yep, because then...
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful. Young children should not view this content under any circumstances, even if supervised by a parent or guardian.
Absolutely. We should run that before our show every day, too. And that totally overshadows the fact that that song is painful to listen to. It's way too long. The only part of it I kind of like is, I'm sort of listening to it. I'm doing some work here and listening, going, oh, my God. I kind of like it at the end. The end is kind of where
when he does that
all of that
kind of thing.
But the rest of it, he sounds like somebody who wants to be Michael Jackson and isn't. And the other thing about that whole thing was Janet Jackson took all the heat for that.
Yes.
All the blame,
it was her
everything. And Justin Timberlake, he's good at doing this stuff. He takes no responsibility. He stays out of it. He did the same thing with Britney Spears. He was Britney Spears' boyfriend, and then when Britney Spears started getting, slammed by everybody and over-sexualized, he even piled on. He's a S-head. That's what Justin Timberlake is.
Wait, but he apologized how many years later, Gina?
Yeah. Yes, he did. Recently, he apologized for how he treated Britney Spears. I don't know has he ever apologized for letting Janet Jackson take all the heat?
Yeah, he did finally.
I'm a dick.
Like I said, it was just a year or two ago, though.
I have to come out. I just have to apologize and realize, I'm a dick.
It wasn't fair because CBS and the FCC, they all hyper-focused on Janet and
overreacted.
And then Biddy Nation rallied, and it affected not only television, but radio. They started coming after us.
Don't blame media, Gina, for Justin Timberlake. He could have, when the media started focusing on Janet Jackson, he could have stepped up and gone, wait a minute. I was involved in this too. What are you all piling on her for?
Yeah.
That's you. And as a matter of fact, if he had deflected that, there would probably have not been this FCC bull crap overreaction. If he had said, this is unfair to Janet Jackson and turned it into a big, there wasn't a Me Too then, but a big moment of the way media over-sexualizes women. If he had turned it into that, the FCC would have been quiet about it.
I don't know. I think the FCC had to show, the Biddy Nation, like, we take these
5
seriously,
letters.
and we're going to react.
They had 5 letters, as I recall. 5. Isn't that, am I right, Carrie? Do you remember that?
It was very low. Once we found out how many, it was very low.
If Justin, I blame him for... I blame Justin Timberlake for the coronavirus. He's the one who brought it from China. I know he is.
Steph watched that 4-part Janet documentary that's out now.
Oh, do they talk about it there?
And I guess they cover it pretty extensively. And Steph says, Justin went to the Grammys that year. She was uninvited.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
I didn't watch the Janet Jackson doc, but I read something about it, just a couple of lines, and it says, it's amazing how Janet Jackson is able to, in 4 parts, 4 hours worth of a documentary about her, to reveal almost nothing about how she feels about things.
But yeah, Blaine points out perfectly. The whole thing was shiny keys away from the Bush presidency.
Yeah.
Well, but, you know, we were told that we were supposed to open the show with...
Oh, why? Is it Sonny's birthday? I didn't see that one.
Sonny has dead.
No.
Oh.
Cher's birthday?
Hey, campers, good morning. It's cold out there.
Yeah.
That's
we
what
could
we
have done
were.
that, but we aren't recognizing Groundhog Day,
No,
right?
we aren't a very good morning show. That's why.
You know, I was reading statisticians talking about the Groundhog guy. I'm not even going to... His name, I'm going to mention his name once this morning coming up. But,
okay.
But I won't even... So they studied the statistics of how accurate his predictions are about whether we're going to have 6 more weeks of winter or whether things are going to kind of, you know, go on to spring. And they said about 40%. He's been right about 40% of the time. And then statisticians say, you could flip a coin and be more accurate. But I don't know. The whole point of it is not... It's really not that. It's those old asshats in Punxsutawney who control the whole thing, and apparently it's almost like a cult. This group of guys who wear those stupid hats and come out and jeez. Some traditions are they should just go away.
Some traditions should
go away. Why, you know, anyway, it's, I guess it's the only time people check into a hotel or eat in a restaurant in Punxsutawney, so. You know, one other thing I was thinking about, though, it was on this day that Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake thing happened, and that made me think, oh yeah, that's back when we had the Super Bowl at a decent time of the year, not having to wait. Yeah,
February.
Yeah. So you had it the first Sunday in February, I think.
Is it this weekend?
No.
It's 2 weeks.
It's next weekend, right?
Next week. Okay.
It's next weekend, but I think it used to be traditionally it was the first Sunday in February. And
you got to milk it. You can run those Super Bowl ads for a whole other week if we wait a whole other week.
I don't know for sure, but does it have some? You would know this, Gina.
They added games.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They added to the schedule.
There's more teams, so
and more games.
Yeah.
They added the number of games they play in a season.
Yeah, because money.
Yeah.
And the players' union fights it every time they try to do it because football is hard on the body.
This is hastening my retirement.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I would like to note this is Tom Brady continues to be retired. So,
so we're gonna have a count
today. Well, I don't know, maybe, but I would like to note that today, Tom Brady continues to be retired from football.
Okay.
Boy.
We should probably do a traffic here because it's bad.
Yeah, did you get very much snow at your place, Carrie? There's just kind of a skiff here.
Just a skiff, but I'm seeing it quite a bit out in the Magna area.
Well, this is lake effect snow, so it's.
Well, I'll tell you, coming in this morning at my apartment in Mill Creek, there's at least probably an inch of snow on the ground, and then there's no plows out or anything right now, so it's pretty covered on the street. You got to go slow. You can't see the lanes. So,
Gina.
Oh, do you want me to go ahead and do a whole thing here?
Sure.
So that lake effect snow, which kind of caught us off guard. This isn't like a big storm we saw coming. This is just all sort of formed over the Great Salt Lake and is dumping on us a bit. And the roads are frozen underneath that. Like Katie said, there's only like about an inch inch and a half of snow on the road. So you think, oh, well, I can go through that, no problem. No, you can't, because it's really slick underneath. Strong band of lake effect snow moving through Spanish Fork in Utah County. Crash reported I-15 northbound at Point of the Mountain. Let's see, we've also got multiple slide-offs, 54 south near 48th West in West Valley. SR 193 in Clearfield, snow-covered roads there, slick traffic, very slow through there. And I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. They are either red or yellow, which means you're going at most 30 miles an hour. This is on the freeways. Yeah. So people are kind of surprised by the traffic conditions this morning. Overpasses are really slick. In fact, we heard from a plow friend of the program. What did they say? They
stay
said,
home is basically what they said.
Yeah, my advice is stay home. When the main flow opens up, overpasses will remain slick. Sorry you had to go to the studio, Katie.
I think that's the guy. That's the guy who drives the snowy McSnowface plow.
Tooele to Magna is icy. 6 inches of snow in Magna. Point of the Mountain, 100% snow covered. Wreck on I-80.
So not good.
No.
Yeah, it's you're gonna, if you do have to be out, you're gonna need some extra time this morning for
Don't go to. I know you would plan to go to Pocatello today. Don't do it.
Not a good deal.
Don't go to Pocatello.
It's never a good day to go to Pocatello.
Well, that's true.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. Your check-ins are welcome. 877-602-9696. Maybe you have a snow report.
Yeah, yesterday, give us a snow report at 877-602-9696. Yesterday, Whitney checked in, and I have a message from Whitney coming up for check-ins as well. So why don't you guys check in, 877-602-9696.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm gonna make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right. You know, it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. You usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her dance. She's got the, see, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
that And and they'd put
the
on
disco
the wig.
drippers?
Disco drippers. There we go. The disco drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the disco drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the disco drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the disco drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
All right, let's get this over with.
Indeed. Let's officially begin the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Give us a snow report or to let us know what you're doing today or how you are, and we just like to chat with you a little bit. So you can also text 33986. Gina, do we have an open?
Yeah. Start the new year by becoming a nurse. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Learn more at nightingale.edu.
The moon is moving toward, now it's moving toward the kind of moon we like the best, a full moon. It's a waxing moon. It's only 2.5% of full right now, but I predict that it will be a full moon soon. That's just a prediction.
How
Going
do you
out
know,
on a limb there.
Bill?
Well, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I'm going to predict it'll be a full moon on February 16th.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Wait a minute. It will be 9:56 a.m. That's my prediction. Yes. Okay. And it's Tuesday. It's the second day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the morning show that joins the nation in mourning the loss of someone who lived all of his brief life in the shadow of that fame hog, Punxsutawney Phil, New Jersey's native son, Milltown Mel. His life was too short. He lived, and he only groundhogs. You see, Punxsutawney Phil is a lie, because groundhogs live like 3 years. They have a very short lifespan.
Is it like Lassie? There have been a lot of Punxsutawney
Yeah, there have been like 70 Punxsutawney Phils, but there was only one Milltown Mel who could predict whether winter was going to continue. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, champions of Milltown Mel, Terry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is in the studio in downtown Salt Lake, making sure that we stay on the air as Carrie, Gina, and I broadcast from our home studios. And also helping out is Miriam and Cameron Diaz. It's National Hedgehog Day.
Well, how can that be on Groundhog Day? Why would they do that?
That's confusing.
Because I think there's an effort to have hedgehogs become...
Oh, the new...
Yeah. It's also
Hedgehog lobby, I guess.
Yeah, right. It's also National Brown Dog Day. It's National Tater Tot Day.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, and join with me in celebrating National Heavenly Hash Day, if you would. Heavenly
What is
hash.
Heavenly Hash?
Well, it's a candy mixed with lots of ingredients, and it's also a type of ice cream. There's an ice cream called Heavenly Hash. It's National Girls and Women in Sports Day, Ukulele Day, Sled Dog Day, and let's not forget, we need to celebrate the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo Day.
How do we celebrate? Do you have your
I don't
tree
have
up?
any
How
idea.
do we celebrate?
I have no idea.
I'm just
going to
go around signing things. Just randomly.
Yeah, just treaty. That's a treaty, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, check-ins, 877-602-9696. You know, Whitney called yesterday, and we dedicated the show to Whitney because she'd had some tough times. You want to hear the email she sent?
Sure.
She said, Dearest Carrie, Bill, and Gina, I'm overwhelmed that you dedicated the show to me. I was really feeling low, and once again, you scooped me out of it. You made my year. You sincerely are the best radio show I have ever listened to, and I've lived in 9 states.
Wow.
So I've heard a lot of different radio shows. I think that makes me somewhat of an expert. Tell that to management. You have made me laugh so hard on many occasions. You truly have dug me out of sadness on many occasions, and that's a special talent you have. You bring reality and humor to what's going on in our world. You help people escape from their sometimes not so wonderful lives and help them think about something funny or silly for a while. I look forward to the program every morning and pray you keep doing it for a long time. I'd love to work for you guys, but people who work there are fortunate to be around you.
No, that part is not true.
No, they hate us.
That not true.
Yeah, they hate us. And so, Whitney, I'm glad we have one solid listener out there. It's nice to know.
We just need 11,780 more of them.
Exactly.
If you could just find them for us, that would be... All right,
this friend of the program says, hello, friend of the show. I've listened since 2009. I think you guys are funny.
Who's on the phone, Carrie?
Kelsey is on the phone. Let's
Kelsey. Hi,
check in with Kelsey.
How are you?
Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Hi.
Good.
Hi.
Just driving to work.
How's the snow?
The roads are terrible. I live on the west side, and we have probably about 5 to 6 inches.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm driving on a Mountain View, and there's been probably 10 slide-offs and a truck slide-off.
Should you be talking to us on the phone, then?
You shouldn't be. No.
I'm the passenger, so we're good.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, let's get off the phone anyway so the driver can focus.
Yeah, make sure everything's... Be safe, Kelsey, okay?
Thanks, Kelsey.
I will. Have a good day, guys.
You too. Bye-bye.
She was at Point of the Mountain? Was that
Yeah, she's a Utah gal.
Let's go to Brandon. Hello, Brandon.
Morning, kids.
Hi.
Morning.
Hi.
So I just want to hit you up, Bill. That whole Juliette Lewis thing. I never really had an issue with her until you said it. And then
You
last
ruined
night,
Juliette Lewis for him.
check it out. I watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Oh, yeah.
And she's
and I don't know if that was like her first movie or what, but
it wasn't.
now she drives me crazy.
Yeah, she was pretty young. And
Bill, you ruined Juliette Lewis.
I apologize.
It's not cool, man. Natural Born Killers was all right.
I apologize.
Not as good.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, he ruined Julia Roberts for me, so that's kind of what he does.
Oh,
well, let me suggest something.
Against the Julias.
Let me suggest something, Brandon. Try Yellow Jackets with
it's on
Juliette Lewis. It's on Showtime.
Showtime, yeah.
I think that it might win you back.
Yeah, she's really good. I mean, she's really good in it. I still find her kind of creepy. She's very good.
There's something about her. Huh?
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
And what really did it? When I started my Juliette Lewis, she drives me crazy, was Natural Born Killers. I love you, Mickey.
I love you too, Mallory. Which I thought that she was good in, but that's anyway. All right, thank you. Traffic,
Brandon,
Gina, please.
It's bad out there. Traction laws in effect for both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Be prepared if you're headed toward the canyon. Looks like southbound Bangor Highway is closed at 47 South. Vehicles are unable to make it up the hill to 54 South. There have been multiple slide-offs in that area. Find an alternate route. This might surprise you because this wasn't like a big storm we had coming through, but it's very, very cold out there. So that little skiff of snow on top of the roads, there's ice underneath there. So 54 South Bangor Highway, avoid that. That is no bueno. Point of the Mountain is very slick and slow. Let's see, we've got reports of slide-offs up in Clearfield. It's going to be one of those mornings where there are more accidents than I can tell you about. Pretty much anywhere you're going from Utah County all the way up to Davis-Weber County. Looks like you're going to have slow going this morning. So leave some extra time and space between you. Lots of friends of the program sending in traffic alerts. Thank you for all of that. Yeah, you can continue to do that if you like. 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. We've got Things That Must Go coming up in the next break, along with some other stories that you need to know about. Also, Dr. Cobble is on his way to answer your questions.
And Mill Creek Coffee, it's the king of coffees. Try Mill Creek. It's delicious.
It is. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back after these. X96. So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened.
In the house?
In the house. And
He's never coming back. He's never coming back.
It would hear noises outside and be on alert, you know, and it terrified me. Because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung. And I was just convinced that.
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
We did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam. In the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around
Well,
the house?
that's what we wanted to know.
Oh.
Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing is that it has a motion sensor.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll alert me. Motion is detected, you know.
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get a
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. It made me very upset.
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat?
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, like, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you?
No.
No. You don't think so?
No, I don't.
He's biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's a reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No, I don't think that. I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head, and he stops. I go, don't do that.
.637. We do have things that must go coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes. So before that, is there anything that we need to know about?
Yeah, comic book stores, Carrie. There's a story about comic book stores, so you can weigh in on that, certainly.
Okay.
You want to sponsor that, Gina?
I do. Actually, not me. Strong Volkswagen wants to sponsor it.
Okay.
During the sign and drive event, all you need is a signature. Plus, you get a lifetime warranty, no charge. Get details and unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Now, I don't know if comic book stores around here are going to do this, but did you see this? Comic book store owners are offering to send copies of Art Spiegelman's Mouse to Tennessee students after a county school board pulled it off of the 8th grade curriculum.
Oh, good.
On January 10th, the McMinn County Board of Education, we talked about that, voted unanimously to pull the Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel, citing concerns about profanity and cartoon depictions of partial nudity. It was a partially nude mouse, okay? Mm-hmm. The book, published in 1986, tells the story of Spiegelman's parents, their experience during the Holocaust, and their imprisonment at the Auschwitz death camp in Poland. Since the ban, Mouse has soared to #1 on the Amazon bestseller list. Ryan Higgins, owner of the Comics Conspiracy Shop in Sunnyvale, California, announced on Twitter last week that he would donate up to 100 copies of the complete Mouse, and it's a graphic novel, essentially, to any family in McMinn County. Higgins said the few copies he had in stock sold out immediately. He told the Washington Post, that about 60 students who live in McMinn County School District in Tennessee had contacted him wanting copies, and he planned to ship them later this week when his next book shipment arrives.
Well done.
Yeah,
I'm going into Dr. Volt's today, so I'll ask JM what's going on with that to see if he knows.
Specifically in Tennessee, where this issue happened, that's where that comic.
Now this is
no, that comic book store is in California.
It was in California.
Yeah.
This is the thing about this book that people don't realize. For those who don't know, it's Maus, and it's the story of his parents in Auschwitz, except he draws the Jews as mice and the Nazis as cats. Now, the nudity that they're talking about, it's a mouse, but it's in the same panel as a bunch of dead mice, and it's his grandmother in a bathtub after she has killed herself in the same panel. They didn't have a problem. They didn't have a problem with all the dead mice.
The bodies stacked up. There,
stacked bodies. That's not a problem. It's this one, and the swear word is GD, which is not an FCC finable word, but I don't use it here because what's the term?
Community standards.
Community standards.
Mm-hmm.
But the great thing is, just bringing this up has introduced this to a lot of kids that would have never read it. So the opposite effect has happened.
Whoopi Goldberg continued to receive criticism and provoke debate after an appearance on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, where she elaborated and some say doubled down on her take on the Holocaust and Jewish identity. Now, it's not fair to say that she doubled down because the Stephen Colbert appearance, she made that appearance before she did a formal apology. So that's kind of... The uproar began Monday when The View host and moderator discussed a Tennessee school district voting to poll Art Spiegelman's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, The Mouse, graphic novel. She said, quote, "Let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's not about race. It's not about race. It's about man's inhumanity to man." Whoopi apparently forgetting that the Nazis said, "We are the master race, and we are going to exterminate the Jewish race," and they made them wear gold stars, yellow stars, so that they could identify them as members of the Jewish race, as they termed it. Whoopi forgot all about that, and her apology was, kind of, it was one of those, I'm sorry, I misspoke. And Whoopi Goldberg has a good heart, I think, and she wasn't meaning to be offensive, but she said she misspoke, and I think she should have left it at that, but then, of course, she went on to say, and I'm sorry for people that I might have offended.
Yeah, that never sounds good.
No, it doesn't.
That sounds like, I don't think I did anything wrong, but I'm sorry if you didn't like what I did. So she's been put on a 2-week suspension.
Yeah, from The View.
From The View.
And Whoopi, she has a history. I remember when she showed up with Ted Danson, and her boyfriend at the time, Ted and Whoopi dating, and it was some, I don't know if it was the correspondence dinner or it was some event, and Ted is in blackface, like old minstrel-timey blackface with a top hat, and he's doing the fake, well, these are those and that voice, and pretty, Whoopi's, Anyway, Utah reported 20 new COVID deaths on Tuesday, 2,845 additional cases reported. Currently, there are 791, and that number's going up, 791 people in hospitals with COVID-19. The rolling day average for positive tests is now 4,830 per day. The rolling 7-day average for percent positivity of people over people is 43.6%.
The show is so political.
Although 60%, I saw the story here, I don't have it in front of me, they estimate, or statistics tell that 60% of Utah is now vaccinated.
60% of eligible Utahns are vaccinated.
Well, okay. That means anybody 5 and over.
There's little kids that aren't
5 years of
and
5
Utah
years
has
of
a
age.
lot of little kids.
Yeah, but 5 years of age and older. 60% of those, right? Okay. That's not bad.
There's a lot of those 5 and unders.
They're applying for, I think it's Pfizer, and I forget which other one. they say they're ready and they think it's safe in kids under 5, so they're applying to do that. But let's put a positive spin on this. How about 5 things we learned about COVID in January? How about there's a new variant of the Omicron variant called BA.2 or .2, BA.2. That's exciting. Kids under 5 might start getting the vaccine here in this month. That's good news, according to the Washington Post. There are 4 factors that contribute to risk of long-haul COVID. People who just can't seem to shake it. Those factors include having a higher viral load in the bloodstream early in the infection, the presence of certain antibodies that help fight off the virus, reactivation of the Epstein-Barr virus, which most people get infected with at some point in their lives, really, and having type 2 diabetes. The vast majority of patients who developed long-haul COVID in that study had at least one of those factors. That's interesting. I don't really know what Epstein-Barr causes. I've heard of it in the virus.
It makes you tired.
Is most people get infected with it at some point.
I've never heard that.
Yeah. What that means too, though, is that you can be, and there are other viruses like this. You can have them, you be infected by them, but they're not doing anything to you. They're not.
Sure.
I think, as a matter of fact, if you have had chicken pox in your life, you have the shingles virus in you. Mm-hmm. And it's just a matter of whether it gets activated or not. Sugar House. Here we go again.
Uh-oh.
A strip of shops in Sugar House slated to be demolished and replaced by apartment buildings. The developer tells Fox News that they have been working on the project with the property owner for over 3 years. Businesses say that the news they'd be forced to move has come out of the blue. Haight and Ashbury Home Consignment Store has been the home to new, old, and vintage items for 10 years. I'm not sure exactly where that is. We've grown into this community, said owner Moses Katoa. They're part of us. We're part of them. Moses and his wife, Sissy, found out Monday through a news article that they would have to move their family store. Obviously, this is shocking to us. We've built this from the ground up. Oh, the shop is located near 7th East and Simpson Avenue, so it's down in the lower part, lower part of Sugar House, and of course they're going to put up a 72 unit apartment building there.
More apartment buildings that people can't afford.
Well, it says here that it will be a moderately priced apartments.
Well, that's good if that's true.
University of Utah has suspended sorority and fraternity activities following another report of a sexual assault at a frat house. I won't go into the details of that, but now they've suspended sorority and fraternity activities for 2 weeks. I don't know if that's a punishment or why they're doing it. I think they think of it as a punishment. It doesn't seem like much of a punishment to me. And University of Utah scientists have discovered a new black hole.
Where?
And it was actually in one of the fraternity houses.
Oh,
yes.
In the Andromeda galaxy, and they study it, and they're getting information on how galaxies are formed. And then one final thing here before we go to Musco's. I bought a 5-pound bag of cinnamon bears yesterday. I finally broke down and did it. 5-pound bag of delicious cinnamony goodness. And I started looking today online to see, well, where do cinnamon bears really come from? Who first made them? What's the deal with that? And I really couldn't find much, but every story starts talking about chocolate cinnamon bears. And people said, "Oh, Bill, you should have gotten chocolate-covered." Well, I didn't want chocolate-covered cinnamon bears. I wanted cinnamon bears, but chocolate-covered cinnamon bears were invented here in Salt Lake City.
Oh.
Sweet Candy Company.
Oh.
Sweet Candy Company said, as far as we can tell, we are the first people to ever dip cinnamon bears in chocolate. That's according to Rachel Sweet, She said it wasn't until the 90s that we decided to do it, and we did, and people liked them, but we didn't do a good job of marketing them, she said. We didn't package them under our own
You should
brand.
have tried radio. That's why
you should have given them to me. I would have talked them up. Chocolate Cinnamon Bears remained obscure until about 4 years ago, and then Sweet Candy Company purchased equipment that packaged the candy in stand-up plastic pouches. And one other thing about Cinnamon Bears I found online, and I want this, a 5-pound cinnamon bear.
Oh,
it's
just
one cinnamon bear.
How would you even eat that? How?
Carefully.
Marge, I'd like to be alone with the bear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's
sports weather traffic.
Well, I think it's dumb, but it's official. Washington Commanders are now the Washington. It is?
They named after Joe Biden's dog.
Oh, okay. Make him the mascot.
Yeah,
all right, I'm good with that.
You okay with that?
It's official. They're done.
No, see, that's the thing. Sports team names at first are stupid when you hear them. And then after a while, you just stop caring, and it just becomes a name, you know?
Okay,
Don't worry about it.
That's official. I know we're running out of time, so I'll save other stuff for later. I'll just let you know that the weather is cold. It's so cold out there right now, and not going to get a lot warmer. 29 is all the warmer it will be today. And we have this lake effect snow, and you can tell it's lake effect snow because the ski resorts have not gotten much snow out of this. This is all down here in the valleys, and it's mucking up the commute. Crash on the collector ramp from northbound I-15 to go I-215 westbound at the south interchange of Midvale. Truck is upside down on its roof. Crash southbound I-15 near I-80 West exit at the airport. Cars are blocking the left lane and shoulder. Traffic is backing toward 11th North. I-15 northbound near 12th North and Lehigh. Snow is blanketing the roads. Ground underneath is very icy there. Traction laws in effect. Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Be prepared if you're heading up to the canyons. Looks like southbound Bangor Highway closed at 47 South. Vehicles are unable to make it up the hill toward 54th South. Find an alternate route. There's not that much snow out there, but there's just enough, and the roads are really icy underneath.
Traveler advisory. Wasatch Front drivers should delay travel if possible this morning. Temps in the teens and 20s combined with widespread snowfall have made roads slick. The plows are out, but conditions are challenging, and drivers will need to use caution.
Exactly. That's traffic.
All right. Things that must go now, brought to you by...
For over 65 years, they've been a part of your community. The name is changing. The commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you. You can't stand them anymore. There are things that just irritate you like a piece of sand irritates an oyster. And so you want to get them out of your life. Send them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go in the subject line, and if we read it on the air, it might make you feel better, and it might even disappear from your life. So, Gina, you want to start with must goes?
Sure. This is from Please Don't Use My Name. Things that must go. Children not wearing masks in school when their teacher is pregnant. Please, parents, think of other people. This is not about you. This is not about your child. And trust me, the kids really don't mind wearing masks.
Yes.
They mind when you make a big deal out of it. That's when they mind. The new trend of posting or writing in window chalk your Venmo account on your car when you've just gotten married, had a birthday, a baby, moved to a new city. Like they think people are just going to go, I'll send you a couple bucks. Don't do that.
Well, maybe people are doing it, and that's why they're doing it.
I'm going to try it.
You know, hey, I'm
Someone will just send you money.
Yeah, I could use a couple of bucks.
Let's see. And the person last week who scolded all parents because we don't dress our children appropriately or do their hair, etc. I used to feel the same way, but now I actually have children, and they are their own beasts. The 10-year-old won't wear a jacket. The 3-year-old has a full tantrum over brushing hair. The 13-year-old couldn't care less what anyone thinks. So, yes, I let them leave the house in the way they feel the best. Thank you for letting me listen. Let's see. Here's another one. Menopause and all associated afflictions must go. Drenching night sweats that require changing clothes. Relentless hot flashes day and night. Insomnia due to said night sweats and hot flashes. not recognizing my own body anymore. This may seem dramatic, but it's serious. Lastly, and most importantly, no one ever talks about it and warns you what to expect. Please make it go away. Thanks for letting me listen, Jill. And finally, leopard prints must go, unless you're a leopard. It doesn't look good on anyone.
All right.
Looks
let's
good
see.
on a
I'll
little
do.
chihuahua when he's got a little leopard print coat. It looks cute.
I'll go next. I have one of my own things that must go. I think, was it Donald Trump last week or the week before who said black people and Americans.
No, that was Mitch McConnell.
Oh, yeah, Mitch McConnell said black. Well, locally.
He said African Americans and Americans is what he said.
Yeah, African Americans and Americans. Yeah. But locally, people who write headlines should also consider just watch carefully what you're doing. Read them over a couple of times. This is on Fox News' website today. Americans and Utahns quitting at record rates. Americans and Utahns indicating to me that people at Fox don't consider Utahns Americans. Let's see. This one says, must go. Men in giant diesel trucks that are louder than a jet. Yes. As I peacefully eat my lunch in my car outside and startled to hear near cardiac arrest, I immediately think of how tiny your genitals must be and how cool your truck is. This one says, please don't use my name. I only have one thing that must go, and that's my coworkers sitting in their cars, idling on breaks and before work. Please make that go away. And then this one, hello, Lords. Peterbilt Brian here, and here is my thing that must go. I drive a diesel truck, and the thing that must go are the people that drive gasoline cars that fill up at the only pump that has diesel in it when there are plenty of other gas pumps available. Now, I know it's probably just an oversight, but maybe if you drive a gas car, you gassers, think about going to a spot that doesn't have a diesel pump so that those that do have diesel can still fuel up without waiting. Thank you for letting me listen. Carrie?
All right. Things that must go from Joey. The Utah legislature, ignorance of non-vaxxers. That old lady on KUTV News insisting that mask wearers make you breathe in CO2. Can we please get rid of the stupid people? Joey, we've been trying, and it just doesn't seem to work. Let's see. It does not say whether I can use their name, but here we are. This is an odd one. I'm weary of people who think they can pick at their faces, ears, teeth, nose, and flick it in my car.
I think she means passengers. In her car.
But does this person mean little kids or is it a car?
Adults?
Yeah. Anybody.
What is wrong with people? Make their nasty habits go. Just go. I'm not doing favors giving people rides anymore. Okay. And this one from Turk. Now Turk says I'm going to get this, but I have to admit, Turk, I do not. I was driving to work in the cold and dark and heard this morning's things that must go. I looked around and it hit me. Everything.
Just everything?
All of it must go. Carrie might understand this obscure reference. And lo, the elders of cricket did gaze upon the universe and said, it's got to go. I don't know what that means, Turk, but thank you. Thank you for letting me listen. Have a great life and be safe. Turk.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
My heavens, it's nasty. It's free fare all the month of February on public transit. Today'd be a great day to not drive yourself to work and take tracks or a bus or the front runner, because it's nasty all up and down the Wasatch Front. It might be confusing to you because we didn't get a lot of snow overnight. It's just enough that it's making things really slick out there. There's ice underneath that small layer of snow on top, and driving conditions are nasty all up and down the Wasatch Front. Too much to even mention specific accidents. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. It is red northbound I-15 from Point of the Mountain all the way coming into downtown Salt Lake. Bangor Highway's a mess. There are parts of Bangor Highway that are closed. So you're going to need to give yourself some extra time this morning for sure. And when you're out there, make sure your lights are on and there's space between you and the cars in front of you.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back right after these with your first word in the $1,000 a day giveaway. We're giving away $1,000 today. And your first chance to enter, of 6 chances to enter, happen after this. Stand by and get your phone ready. KXRK Provo.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernuther.
Heckfire, LeGrand. It sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Danged old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
Well, I suppose. But you know, the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Huh? Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always like raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy. Except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well, then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
How about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd rather another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
It's only a couple more days. We're doing this 1K a day cash bribe. Your chances are running out. So start fresh today with gathering all 6 keywords and entering 6 times to win the 1K a day. That's your best chance of winning, and it starts right now with the 7 o'clock keyword. It is cobbler. Cobbler. Spelled the same whether you're thinking like a fruit cobbler or the guy that works on the shoes.
Who cobbles your shoes. Yeah.
Cobbler, Cobbler. Text that to 33986 now to enter to win. See official rules at x96.com.
There you go. Your next word coming up at 9 o'clock. Apparently Turk, the reference that he had in his must go was from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I did not recall that.
We've been talking about books that are being taken out of school libraries. Happened in Tennessee with Mouse, the graphic novel by Art Spiegelman. It's happened here in Utah with a couple of books. To Kill a Mockingbird was taken out of a school curriculum, and I think it was in California. And who saw the tweet, or what was the comment about Flowers?
It's just Flowers in the Attic was trending. So I'm a woman of a certain age, so I clicked on that immediately, and I said, "This is speaking to me." And I started reading the tweets, and it reminded me that yes, I read Flowers in the Attic by V.C. Andrews. I was probably in 7th grade when I read that.
And Flowers in the Attic, for those of you who don't know.
So, Flowers in the Attic is a story where this woman, she came from a very wealthy family, and she married a man that her family didn't approve of, and he died, and she was penniless, and her mother said, "You can move home to the family's estate, but your father can't know that you had children with your husband, so we're just for a little while gonna lock him in the attic until he warms up to the idea that you have kids. It's just for a little while they're gonna live in the attic."
And it was years that they were there, and they got to be teenagers, and then what did they do? That's brother and sister, Gina. What did they do?
Well, they were teenagers.
Yeah,
and they were locked in the attic. And we don't need to go into details about what they did, but they were teenagers in an attic.
I think we do. They had the sex.
Yes.
And then I think they had a child, didn't they, in the attic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And and it's a series of books. Because once I read that one, I'm like, well, I'd like to follow this story. They're terrible books.
Not well written, really.
I mean, they're
pop.
But it made me think, okay, I read that when I was in 7th grade. I read some Judy Bloom books I probably shouldn't have read. So Judy Bloom has a lot of like kid-specific books, which are fabulous. But then she sort of ventured into, your mom might like these, and they had sex in them.
It says the product of these children was incest, and they were called the devil's spawn by the grandmother.
Yeah, because they were,
Oh, so it is devil's spawn as well. Yeah. Oh, I see.
But then the series goes on, and the kids leave the attic, but the brother and sister stay married, and it's a big secret, and no one can know that they're really brother. It's terrible.
Like the Duggars. It's like the Duggars.
But I read these books, and I'm fine.
Are you?
I'm not a horrible person.
Are you?
I haven't done horrible things.
As far as we know.
And these are, and so I'm telling this story off the air, and then Carrie piles on, which I think is funny.
Well, I don't know if they still have it. Do they still have the Scholastic Book Club?
I think so.
Yeah.
And the deal is that in class, usually it's English class, they pass out a little flyer, a little magazine that says, these are the books available in the Scholastic Book Club. And it offers books at a discount because you're a student. And so I would always go through it, and I would order books all the time. As a little kid, I would order the Peanuts books, and I would order Bananas magazine, and things like that.
I used to love it. I'd get a stack of books.
Oh yeah, I did
it was
too.
Fun.
The picture book version of The Jerk You know,
really academic stuff like that.
Yeah, I really went deep. One year, I remember I was kind of stumped to what to get Mom for. It was Christmas or her birthday, I don't remember. And I was looking at the Scholastic Books magazine, and I saw this book there, and I went, that looks like a grown-up book. That looks like something that maybe a mom would like. And I read the synopsis. It's about a wealthy family and hiding the children, and I went, okay, that looks like it'd be a good read for a mom. Yeah, she would like that. So I ordered it for her. I gave it to her for her birthday or Christmas or whatever it was. And she went, thank you very much. It was Flowers in the Attic. And I didn't know what it was about.
What did she say when she read it?
Well, it was a few months later. I asked her, I said, well, did you finish that book? She goes, yes. What made you pick that book? And I was just honest with her. I said it was there, and it looked like something that a book a grown-up would like.
Flowers.
And she went, okay, all right. And we never talked about it again. Never talked about it again. So,
were you trying to tell me something, son?
I wonder if that's what she was thinking. She was fishing for. I don't know.
You really like her sister?
So this is a crap book that was available. But the books they're talking about burning are great pieces of literature, not Flowers in the Attic.
To be fair, no one is suggesting they burn those books.
No,
they're just removing them from the curriculum. Flowers in the Attic was made into a movie too. Did you know that?
Oh yeah.
2014, a Lifetime channel, and a sequel movie, Petals on the Wind, which I assume was another one of those.
Oh yeah, there was a whole series of them.
Yeah.
And then V.C. Andrews, she had a couple different series, and I went down the V.C. Andrews hole for a while. And they all have sex in them and are inappropriate. But God, just be glad your kids are reading.
Exactly.
Even if it is about incest.
Just be glad your kids are reading books.
So let's say if my kid was 10 or 11 years old, how old were you when you read Flowers in the Attic?
Yeah, probably 11.
11. I think I might, if I saw my kid with the book, I might say, hang on. let me just take that book for us, and you can read this in 3 years. But let's not read it now, okay? Of course, that would just make them all the more want to read it. And they'd find a way to do it.
Well, and that's why these banned books are now so popular and are selling everywhere, because kids are like, oh, you don't want me to read this?
I guess the way to handle that, it really isn't appropriate maybe for an 11-year-old, but if they've got it, maybe say, okay, let's talk about what this book is about and what it means.
But you see, Bill, there's the problem, is that would require parenting. And they don't want to parent one-on-one. They want the teachers to parent in a way that they might parent, but they don't want to do it themselves, and so that's why we're banning the books.
I'm reading these books with some sensitive topics and things in it. When you're being taught, that teachers don't just hand you the book and say, go read this. That you read it together and you discuss these. That you're led through it.
The whole class can talk about incest.
There's content, not that book.
The whole class.
But there's context, and there's you're being guided through it and explained things. And
I would like to think, let's just use Flowers in the Attic. If I said to my 11-year-old, here's what the book is about: this brother and sister, and they're locked in the attic, and then they have sex, and that's called incest, and then there's a child. And I would hope that my child would go, ew, I'm not reading that.
And to be fair, that's a tiny part of the book. There's a lot of other things that happen in the book.
Yeah,
it's not just about that. Yeah, the donuts have poison on them.
Yeah.
Someday I'll tell you about the book report I did on the novelization of The Godfather. Let's just say Sonny is very impressive. Anyway. Let's traffic, please, Gina.
Well, UDOT is saying Travel advisory. Wasatch Front drivers should delay travel if possible this morning. Temps in the teens and 20s combined with widespread snowfall have made roads slick. Plows are out. But see, the problem is it's not like there's tons of snow that they're plowing. It's icy conditions that are the big issue. So the plows are out and clearing things, but drivers are going to need to use caution. It's one of those mornings where there are more accidents than I can tell you about. It is very slow going northbound I-15 from Point of the Mountain coming into downtown Salt Lake. Southbound I-15 headed the same direction. Bangor Highway is a mess. You've got more snow out west, it looks like. We've heard from a few friends of the program that got several inches of snow out there. But the big problem is the ice underneath it. So, just give yourself extra time. Don't leave if you don't have to. You can use public transit. Today's a great day to try out that free fare that the UTA has on all their buses and tracks and Front Runner and all that. Good day to try that out. That's traffic.
Now we got Boners Round 1 coming up, and we're going to give you the candidates here. Gina said when you're driving, use caution. If you can't find some, I have extra. I'll let you have it. Boner candidate number 1, if you don't want to look like this, covered with warts and skin tags, come to our hospital. Boner candidate number 2, well, you name your kid Psych, this is what you get. And number 3, there's a good reason to be afraid of the Las Vegas hordes, but this seems like overkill.
All right, Boners coming up next. Also, Dr. Koppel is on the way to answer your questions about COVID, all coming up. Brooklinen.com, BROOKLINEN.com. Enter the promo code X96, and you'll get $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. It's a great deal. You made it through the holiday madness. You made it through New Year's. It's time to gift yourself comfort and relaxation. You deserve it. Brooklinen's lineup of cozy bedding and home essentials made for me time. And I enjoy my bathrobe, my Brooklinen bathrobe, and my bath towels, and my sheets, of course. But that's not all that they have there. They're famous for those items, but they also have all kinds of things for your home. Artwork. They've got eye masks. They've got lotion. They got everything on there. So go take a look. And with this deal, you're going to save an awful lot of money, because I know once you get there, you're going to go, oh, I have to have that. 5-star bedding or whatever it may be. Refresh your rest with the essentials of comfort for Brooklinen. Go to brooklinen.com. Use the promo code X96 to get $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. So don't forget, brooklinen.com, and the promo code is X96.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Kerry walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
Because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Kerry, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well,
you just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious. You want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is. And
what happened?
And, well, before the surgery, I went on a message board, and somebody was asking the question, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's pictured just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl
Is
of
spaghetti. Well, they're very much like that. Yeah. You know, surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They do.
Delicious marinara sauce.
They do. That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me into surgery.
And you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at, what's recovery like for this?
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
no, I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3 days later."
Yeah, there's that.
Why I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
Shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we.
That's the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And
That
the
doesn't
uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
Announcement before we get to the boners. Well, two things. Dr. Cobble is coming up, so get your questions ready.
Coronavirus.
And finally, this before we get to boners, the band Wheatus.
Wheatus.
You remember Wheatus?
Yeah, Dirtbag.
Teenage Dirtbag. They've announced on their Twitter.
Yes.
We have never authorized, partnered with, licensed, or otherwise given permission for NFTs of our work, image, or likeness to be created or sold anywhere ever. So it's just a heads up to you Wheatus fans who might be.
That's fake. If
someone's buying a Wheatus NFT, it's not real.
I'm now out $500. That's all I can say.
You're going to retire on your Wheatus NFT.
$500 down the drain.
There you go. Just be aware. All right. It's time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. We'll explain that coming up. Let's just get right to round one. Send one of these 3 forward to boner fight. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. If you don't want to look like this, covered with warts and skin tags, come to our hospital. This is a hospital in India. And they were in the news over the last 2 days, but not for the right reasons. The Vadakara Cooperative Hospital in India had to apologize after it faced backlash for using a photograph of Oscar-winning actor Morgan Freeman to promote their services.
What?
Here's what we know. On Sunday, the medical institution came under fire when an advertisement they had displayed at their premises caused a storm. They had a one of those like reader boards out front of the hospital with a picture of Morgan Freeman on it. The ad, which has since been taken down, said, "Get your skin tags, your DPNs, your warts, milia, molluscum, and comedones removed through simple procedures easily in a single visit." The photo swiftly went viral, and people expressed their disgust over the incident. A film critic in India also took to social media, blasting the hospital, saying it was a disgrace and an insult to the great cooperative sector in their town. Another person went on to, an author went on to list Morgan Freeman's impressive and extensive filmography in a bid to introduce the Oscar-winning actor. Those who lifted the picture of Morgan Freeman from the internet failed to identify him as an Oscar-winning actor and went by his skin color, the rashes on his face, and his African-American heritage. The hospital, realizing their mistake, apologized, and they said, the picture on the billboard of the dermatology department is an unintentional mistake. The board was removed and action was taken as soon as it was brought to our notice. The billboard image has become controversial, and we tender unconditional apologies if it has hurt anyone in any way.
I just want to know if Morgan Freeman is going to take them up on their services, because apparently he needs them.
Next time I'm in India, I will check out. It's not the first time, apparently, that Morgan Freeman's image has been the center of controversy. I don't remember this exactly. In 2013, he was mistaken for Nelson Mandela. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. And his image was used on a billboard to pay homage to Nelson Mandela. Boner candidate number 1. Listen, if you don't want to look like this, covered with warts and skin tags, come to our hospital. Here's boner candidate number 2. You name your kid Psych, this is kind of what you get. A Florida man who goes by the name of Psych was arrested for attempted murder after he attacked a man with a machete so he attacked the man with the machete, but before he bit him in the face. Psych Sanders approached the man who was waiting for a ride to work and asked for money outside of a supermarket in Miami-Dade County. When the man refused to hand over any cash, Psych started to hit him with a broomstick. Then when the man began to defend himself or tried to defend himself, Psych pulled a machete out of his waistband and continued his attack. The victim, who identified himself as with an ordinary name, Donald. My name is Donald. He said he received a large laceration on the top of his head and in his rib cage, as well as several abrasions, and also Psych bit him in the face. They captured Psych. He took $350 on the phone from Donald and made an escape, but he was found and arrested. Boner candidate number 2. If you name your kid Psych, this is what you get. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. There's a good reason to be afraid of the Las Vegas hordes, but this seems like overkill.
All right. We do have boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up here in about 5 or 6 minutes. So what do you have for us?
Well, Tom Brady continues to be retired.
Continues?
Yeah, continues to be retired. Would you like to sponsor that?
Sure.
Okay.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
It's 30 seconds later, and Tom Brady continues his retirement.
Okay.
Frances Bean Cobain. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love's daughter. This is an example of how rock stars can make an awful lot of money. It's the Nirvana fortune.
Yeah.
It continues to live, even though Kurt does not. She sold a home, Frances Bean did, in the Hollywood Hills, a home she lived in there for $2.2 million. Spanish colonial home built in 1926. It has been recently remodeled. It's kind of a cool-looking place. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love's daughter purchased the house in Los Angeles in 2020. The home sits on nearly a third of an acre, has 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, $2.2 million home with a street-level 2-car garage and a guest house with its own private entrance. Isn't that nice?
It's nice, but I'm sure she'd rather have her dad here than have $2 million home this and $2 million home
Way to
that.
be a downer. God, what a bummer. You are a bummer, Gina. She's got money. That's good.
That doesn't make everything better.
I don't know if I can even go on with the news now. Let's see if you can find something negative to say about this. Bob Odenkirk and David Cross are going to have a new comedy series.
I can find nothing negative to say about that.
Oh, just wait a minute.
I don't know.
You'll find
watch
something.
them do anything.
Bob Odenkirk, David Cross. I didn't know there was a Bill Odenkirk.
Oh, yeah, his brother.
Huh, I had no idea. They're going to do, it's called Guru Nation, I think, on Paramount Plus. It will use a fake documentary format. The new series will star Odenkirk and Cross as rival cult gurus who fight for the hearts and minds of their faithful and deluded followers.
I love it.
Sounds pretty good to me. David Cross is in Station 11.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's good. He's really interesting.
Okay.
In it.
Well, I'll tune in now.
He's got a big full beard. He's in like the third or fourth episode, and I haven't finished it. But I think he probably continues with some more spots. But he's got this big beard, and it's gray. Part of it's gray. He looks really interesting.
He's wearing that in real life as well.
Yeah. Listen, almost 60% of Utahns have been fully vaccinated against COVID-19. But Gina, when I mentioned that earlier, found something negative to say about that. Negative. Eligible.
Just a detail. It was just one detail, one word.
Almost 6 out of 10 Utahns who are eligible. Out of 6 out of 10 Utahns who are, how about this, who are over the age of 5, have been fully vaccinated against coronavirus, according to the Utah Department of Health. The state reported Tuesday, and I don't know, their figures are kind of suspect, though, I think. But the state reported Tuesday that 1,947,712 Utahns are fully vaccinated. That's 59.53% of the total population of the state. That includes children under the age of 5 who are not eligible. So that 60% is of the total population. And talking about being fully vaccinated, I think Utah Representative Mike Winder, I believe he was fully vaccinated. He's in the legislature. Well, he's tested positive for COVID. He's one of now 4 members of the legislature who have tested positive for COVID. Mr.
Being
Winder
vaccinated keeps him out of the hospital.
Well, this is what I'm going to bring up. Mr. Winder says, I'm glad to be vaxxed and boosted, or this could have been much, much worse. We have the marvels of technology. I happened to tune into a little bit of Sean Hannity yesterday. Talking about, I don't know, Dr. Fauci talking about these vaccines. It turns out they're not effective. They're not very effective. People are lying to you all the time. And I just wanted to say, and they first it was no masks, and then it was okay, we got to have masks, but it's cloth masks are okay. Oh, and then it's cloth masks are not okay. These people are fumbling this whole thing. The Biden administration, they fumble this whole. It's for people who are stupid.
Yeah.
And Sean Hannity knows very well what he's doing. Sean Hannity is smart enough to know what science is. And we start
boosted.
Yes, but we start with something that is unknown almost. It's like, oh my God, what is this thing? How do we deal with it? Well, let's do this. Well, and that's, oh, no, it's not working very well. Well, then how about, this is what you have to do with an unknown.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that the first year of bumbling, Sean, was under your guy's watch.
Yeah. And he had to throw in several times how the Biden administration has bungled this whole thing. So
it'll go away in Easter, like the people are saying in Easter. It'll go away. We have 15 cases. That's all. We've got it under control. Your guy bumbled. All right.
The legislature passed a bill, or was it just the House? Let me see. A bill to punish vexatious requesters for public records, passes in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, the free press is what they're talking about.
Yeah, they're trying to muzzle the free press. The House of Representatives has passed that. Now, it still, of course, has to go to the Senate. The intent of the bill is to go after what are termed vexatious requesters of public records. Representative Dan Johnson of Logan, told the House floor told of one person who had single-handedly accounted for 39% of public records requests, filing Government Records Access Management Act, that's the GRAMA Act requests, in rapid fashion. So it happened one time.
Yeah.
It happened one time. Yeah.
But this is his opportunity to muzzle the free press, especially that liberal Salt Lake Tribune.
Hey, good news for me. They're doing a good clinical study using psychedelic drugs for people who are facing the end of their lives.
Excellent.
Yeah, so psychedelic drugs. And there are anecdotal studies, and then they're clinically studying it now. People who are facing, terminal illnesses, they have been, they give them psychedelic drugs, and it helps them to come to terms with that, with the fact that their life is coming to an end. And finally, the end of this news. Burger King is bringing back, this is more good news, the Big King sandwich.
Excellent.
What is the Big King? I don't know the Big King.
Oh,
it was their kind of take on the Big Mac.
So it's 2 patties?
The Big,
Okay.
Yeah. The Big King has 2 quarter-pound flame-grilled beef patties layered with 4 slices of American cheese, lettuce, onion, pickles, and stacker sauce on a toasted sesame bun. Make that into a jingle.
Remember when I was a kid, Mary Claire would only ever let us order the Junior Whopper.
I lived on the Junior Whopper in New York.
One time, my sister and I, it was Daddy Tom's weekend. We said, can we go to Burger King? And he said, you want a Whopper? And we were like, the big one? We can get a whole, you want a big one?
That's Dad.
That was the best day.
That's the divorced dad for you.
It wasn't Disneyland Dad, it was Whopper Dad.
And I'm buying you a pony. You can eat it while you're riding your new pony.
Weather traffic.
Oh, yeah. So it's confusing because we didn't get a lot of snow. Folks on the west side got more than we did over here. There's just a skiff, and the plows are out, but it is so slick out there. UDOT has issued a traveler advisory. Wasatch Front drivers should delay travel if possible this morning. Temps in the teens and 20s combined with widespread snowfall have made roads slick. Plows are out, but conditions are challenging. Drivers will need to use caution. There are too many accidents to mention, and they're everywhere from Utah County northward. Like I said, folks out west got a little more snow than the east bench here, but it is icy everywhere.
It's miserable outside.
I was going to say, now we got a report from parts of Utah County that they weren't touched, but then I see this freeway northbound starting at the Spanish Fork Main Street exit is completely stopped.
Yeah.
So it's lake effect. It's here and there. It's
very, very cold, and it might be a good day to try out that free fare that UTA is offering. All services. Buses, trains, tracks, everything. Might be a good day to try that out. At the very least, give yourself extra time and extra space between you and the cars in front of you. That's traffic.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. There's a good reason to be afraid of the Las Vegas hordes, but this seems like overkill. Follow me here. And here's a must-go of mine, too. The Salt Lake Tribune writes, the past couple of years have been rife with existential threat. Now, the past couple of years have been full of existential threats for Utahns. Earthquakes, wildfires, supply chain shortages, not to mention multiple waves of coronavirus surges. It's been enough to make anyone fear the worst. So-called preppers, once the objects of ridicule, have been praised in the national media for their readiness in the face of catastrophe. Well, the little town of Ivins in southern Utah, small bedroom community, St. George, individual preparation alone was deemed insufficient against future calamities. City leaders have decided to take the survivalist mindset to the city level. Here's what they've done. Today, metal boxes labeled Disaster Hub Box in big red letters decorate posts in neighborhoods across the little town of Ivins. The boxes can be opened with any flat metal object like a coin, but a 150 decibel alarm is supposed to sound when the box opens. Tampering with the box could lead to a $1,000 fine. The paint warns on the box. The boxes are under surveillance by motion-activated cameras. Each box contains, listen. Okay, I'm going to tell you what's in the box.
Okay.
Contains a portable two-way radio, walkie-talkie, an electric light, clipboards with paper forms and mechanical pencils. There are 74 of these boxes in total throughout the city of Ivins, which are dubbed zones and clustered into 13 emergency preparedness areas. The basic concept goes like this. In the event of a disaster that lays waste to the town and impairs standard communication lines, those who are able will assemble at the disaster hub boxes. The first person to arrive will be named zone leader. Residents are expected. Yes. Residents are expected to use clipboards and paper to assess the damage at each house in the neighborhood. The findings will be relayed to the city via the two-way radios. The city can then deploy emergency resources to the parts of town that are most in need. Well,
do you know what? The crazy guys that are just so anxious to be zone leader, they're going to camp out.
It's not going to be Ned Flanders. It's going to be the other guy.
Here's the best thing. Here's the best part of this. Let's follow me here. This is the best part of all of this.
Okay.
The boxes have elicited a lot of mixed responses. Some residents say they're great. Others are concerned that they amount to little more than a waste of public money. But the mayor of Ivins, Chris Hart, said this: seeing calamities occur everywhere, I felt it important to prepare our city for any eventuality. When asked about the city's stated concerns about civil unrest, the mayor said it wasn't in reference to the police reform protests or, George Floyd protests. Well, then what was he talking about? Disasters and calamities. I'm talking about hordes of refugees from Las Vegas.
What?
And hordes of it's something that FEMA had mentioned he says it's something that FEMA talked to us about to our public safety director, referring to the possibility of a disaster occurring in Las Vegas that might force a migration of large numbers of Las Vegas refugees in our direction. Not a local protest or a civil disturbance. No, I'm worried about those hordes of refugees from Las Vegas.
Good Lord. Yeah, and what so how do you know when it's a disaster that's worthy of opening the box? Who gets to decide that?
Well, listen. If you have any sense of anything, you can spot a Las Vegan from a mile away.
Absolutely. All right, let's review the first two and vote.
And that was all the mayor's idea. Boner candidate number one, if you don't want to look like this, covered with warts and skin tags, come to our hospital. A hospital in India advertising cosmetic procedures by using a picture of Morgan Freeman on their ad. Boner candidate number two, you name your kid Psych, this is what you get. A guy who will attack a stranger with a machete and bite him in the face. And boner candidate number three, there's a good reason to be afraid of the Las Vegas hordes, but this seems like overkill.
All right. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It'll go forward. It'll wait there for the winner of round two's Boner voting. That'll happen at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates, get another winner there. We'll send them both to Boner Fight. 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day with your vote. So right now, we got to send one of these 3 forward to the Boner Dome. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. It's one way. Another way is to call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting February 2, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round 1.
Is what we've got here.
Oh.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry. But if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes
Jaundice,
start to turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease.
Okay.
If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your memory's
credit.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh. Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things... This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's... No.
You're okay with... It's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No,
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, so let's, before we award round one of your boners, now is the time to call in. The phone lines are cleared and ready for you at 877-602-9696. Get your questions ready for Dr. Cobble, here to answer your questions about the COVID. So get ready for that right after we award this, round one of your boners.
Let's go, Radio from Hell family. I've been listening to too many Peloton commercials. So we got boner candidate number one.
What's it brought to you by?
Yeah, it's brought to you in part by spaghetti, sausage and pepper spaghetti.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Reveal your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield.
So boner candidate number one, if you don't want to look like this, covered with warts and skin tags, come to our hospital. Poor Morgan Freeman being used as an ad for a hospital that'll remove your warts and cysts and carbuncles or whatever from your face. Boner candidate number two, you name your kid Psych, this is what you get. A guy who will attack somebody with a machete and bite them in the face. And boner candidate number three, there's a good reason to be afraid of the Las Vegas hordes, but this seems like overkill. The town of Ivins putting up these boxes at a cost of over $17,000, by the way. And there are just many, many good comments in that story. It's from Eric Peterson, his investigative journalism reports in the Salt Lake Tribune. Adam won the Boner T-shirt, and the winner resoundingly, with 142 votes, Boner candidate number three, the town of Ivins and the mayor.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out here eventually. Let's get this going.
Now, Dr. Cobble, he is with us to talk to us and to answer your questions about coronavirus, about vaccines, and the like. And it might be interesting to talk about. Good morning, Dr. Cobble, by the way. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. I'm doing great, thank you.
It might be interesting to talk about what you do. What should you do if you get coronavirus? How should you deal with it? What should you do?
How should you treat it at home? When should you go to the hospital?
Yeah, all of that kind of stuff. Do you have some guidelines for that, Dr. Cobble?
Yeah, I think having a pulse oximeter at home, and if your oxygen drops below 90%, you should go to the hospital immediately. But that's probably the biggest thing. Otherwise, I think you just treat it like the flu and hope you survive it. And that would be, Theraflu, Tylenol, ibuprofen, Aleve, cough, cold medicines, anything that you're not allergic to. But I think the most important thing is having a pulse oximeter at home. They're $10, $15, $20. And again, if your oxygen drops below 90, that's serious, and that would require hospital care.
What is Theraflu? I've heard that talked about, and I know you can buy it over the counter, But what is it exactly?
It just has cold, antihistamine, decongestant type medicines in it, similar to Dayquil and NyQuil.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you have any questions for Dr. Cobble about coronavirus, 877-602-9696, or you can text 33986.
We're running very late right now, so we only have time for a quick call from Ashley. Then we'll take more of your calls after the break. So start lining up, 877-602-9696. So before we go to break, Ashley, go ahead.
Hi. So I was looking to buy KN95 masks, and I kept finding warnings that are like, not for medical use, not for surgical use. A few of them said that they don't stop the spread of viruses. And that kind of makes it sound like it's useless as a mask. So is that right, or is that just like legal stuff?
What do you have to say about
that doesn't sound
K95s,
right to me,
Dr. Cobble?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound right to me, but it may be legal mumbo-jumbo they have to put on there, because if somebody were to catch the virus and they wanted to sue the manufacturer because the mask didn't prevent the virus, I mean, there's nothing that works 100%. If it was a KN100, then that would be 100% protection. But
I will retweet a link that Dr. Dunn gave us. It is a link to where you can buy a KN95 mask, and all of these vendors have been vetted and examined, and that they are the correct masks you should be getting. I'll post that again.
Ashley, here's a tip for you. I was at Smith's in the Avenues yesterday, and they had a big bin full of K95 masks for free. They're the ones that the federal government has sent out, and Kroger, parent company of Smith's, is one of the companies participating. And there was a big bin of them there, and you could just, it says, please take, I think, only two. But there was a whole bunch of them there, and they look like good masks. So, all right?
Thank you,
All right,
Ashley.
thank you.
All right. Brian, hang on. We'll get to you next. Start lining up, 877-602-9696. More questions for Dr. Cobble after these. Traffic, Gina.
It is a parking lot out there. Drive time from Provo to 90th South, not to downtown, to 90th South is 98 minutes right now. That's just getting around Point of the Mountain.
Man.
It's so slick out there. You might be confused because we didn't get a ton of snow. It is all ice. UDOT has issued a travel advisory. This is Wasatch Front drivers should delay travel if possible this morning. Temps in the teens and 20s combined with widespread snowfall have made roads slick. Plows are out, but conditions are challenging. Drivers will need to use caution. It's a great time to use that free fare UTA is offering for the month of February. Take the bus or train or front runner or something this morning. Be aware that if you are driving pretty much anywhere from Davis County on down south, it's going to be slick. Give yourself extra space and time, and make sure your lights are on, please.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back with Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696. We prefer your phone calls, but if you can only text, 33986 is the way to do that. KXRK Provo.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
We're back with Dr. Cobble. He can answer your questions about coronavirus or vaccines or mask wearing or anything you want to know having to do with all of that, the pandemic the historic moment we're all living through here. So who do we have on the phone, Carrie?
Let's go to Brian.
Hello, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Good morning, lords and ladies. Thank you for letting me listen.
What's your question?
I have a question. Dr. Cobble, do you know of any study specifically around coronavirus that shows that the mother passes immunity to the baby, either from vaccinations or if she's had the wild virus?
Oh, I'd have to look that up on PubMed. I'm not familiar with any of that being published in the New England Journal of Medicine. We just know the vaccine is safe in pregnancy and the vaccine is safe for kids and pregnant women, fertility, those types of things. But typically, a woman will pass some immunity to the child and in an antibody response. more commonly the T helper antibodies, but I would have to look that up on PubMed. It hasn't been published in the New England Journal of Medicine, which I read every week.
Thanks, Brian.
All right.
Yeah, great question.
Thank you.
Sorry I couldn't be a little more conclusive than that.
Sorry. Let's go 877-602-9696. Brian leaves a line open, so let's go to Amy. Amy?
Hi, Dr. Cobble. I just have a question about side effects from the vaccine. So I have a 14-year-old son who's been vaccinated. He got the Pfizer vaccine. He was fine with the first dose. The second dose, about 12 to 15 hours later, he got a fever and threw up once. And then he's since gotten his booster. The booster had a similar experience as the second shot. And knowing that we're going to probably get boosters in the future, is there anything I can do to kind of help him so that the side effects maybe aren't so bothersome?
Yeah, I think typically the side effects are mild. Typically the side effects are what you would get from any regular virus. So you can get nausea, vomiting, muscle aches, headaches, sore throat, and about 30% of the Johnson & Johnson people get side effects, about 60% of Pfizer, and about 80% of the Moderna. Again, they're usually self-limited to 12 to 48 hours. I don't know if there's anything you could do to prevent it before. You could try a Benadryl and a couple Tylenol before the booster, or if you get it in the future. But as long as they're mild symptoms like that, that's pretty common. It's going to be like catching the cold. And again, some people, the cold can be nausea, vomiting, gastrointestinal. And I've seen people with COVID just have severe gastrointestinal problems where they've lost 40 to 50 pounds in 2 months and missed 2 months of work and just didn't have any respiratory problems, but just were severely sick.
The good that you get
and that's not a weight loss program.
Yeah. The good that you get from the vaccine is worth feeling kind of crummy for 12 to 15 hours.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
all right.
100%.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right,
Ashley.
Amy, thank you.
Or Amy, sorry.
877-602-9696 opens up a phone line. April is there. Hi, April.
Hi, thanks for being on the air so we can all listen, by the way. But Dr. Cobble, I do have a question. You answered half of my question with the last call about the gastrointestinal stuff. I got COVID a couple of weeks ago and it was like 3 weeks ago, and still have been having issues with gastrointestinal. And I just wondered what I can do about it. Do I need to go see my doctor to get on something to help ease the pain from it and the symptoms of the unpleasant other symptoms of the issue, or
Imodium.
Imodium. Okay.
Yeah, I think
that's from Bill. Let's see what Dr. Cobble says.
Yeah, that's me.
If you're not having fevers, chills, black or bloody diarrhea, discharge, or throwing up blood, it's not something serious probably. I think it's reasonable to see the doctor. Again, COVID's an inflammatory condition, so it could inflame the gallbladder, it could inflame the colon, it could inflame the diverticular area, it could inflame the appendix, it could inflame your stomach. I think the key thing is really just to remove inflammatory foods. So that would be wheat, flour, bread, pasta, crackers, chips, sugar. Sorry, Bill.
Yes, this is more Gina's diet here. Right?
Yeah, that's Gina.
Okay. And
the
then,
Mediterranean diet.
Go more the Mediterranean diet, and then maybe increase the fiber in your diet. So that would be a simple thing is Citrusel, vegetable powder, drinking that once a day, and see if that has some value. And then if not, over a week or two, then seeing your doctor is not unreasonable.
Okay. There you go, April.
All right. Awesome. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Feel better.
Okay, let's go to 877-602-9696. Let's go to Patrick. Hi, Patrick.
Patrick, hi. Let's have your question.
Hi, how are you guys doing this morning?
Good.
So my question is, my dad actually passed away of COVID last March.
Sorry.
But Dr. Cobble had mentioned the oximeter earlier in the show, which got me to thinking. My dad had actually gone into the ER a few days before he had passed.
What's
and
that?
His
What is that?
The emergency room.
Oh,
Yeah,
gone
the
into,
emergency room.
I thought he said into DER. Okay. Go
No,
ahead.
no. Sorry, the emergency room.
Right.
And his oxygen was below 90. They ended up putting him on oxygen, and while he was assisted with the oxygen, he went back to a normal thing, and a couple hours later, they sent him home. As a few days later, he ended up back in the hospital, and within 5 minutes of being put on a ventilator, went into cardiac arrest. But what I'm wondering is, why would they have sent him home if he was needing the oxygen to stay at a normal level?
Yeah, that's a tough question. The simple thing is that, and again, I'm sorry to hear of your loss. It's terrible. People that catch COVID are 8 times more likely to have a heart attack or have a stroke. They're 8 times more likely to have blood clots. So it is a pro-inflammatory, pro-coagulative vascular illness. I think that
he did
back
have that
in March.
comorbidity.
Yeah, and I know that the hospitals last March were overwhelmed with the number of people going in. I think that, maybe their hope was that you responded to oxygen really quickly in the emergency room, and hopefully they discharged them with oxygen. We've had a couple patients that they responded really well and just needed to be in the hospital overnight or the emergency room, and then 2 days later decompensated, and we had to get them in and get them on remdesivir if that was available. And that was a lifesaver. But again, I don't know. I think it just shows that COVID, people can respond real quickly to treatment, and then they can decompensate really quickly. And you think you had them out of the woods, and all of a sudden they go down very quickly. So I know that whoever was providing the care probably felt that they were doing the very best they could do for him at the time.
All right. Sorry.
Really
Patrick.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Diaz, who
It
works
happened
with
a while
us,
ago.
his
I
aunt,
just was curious.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Diaz, who works with us, his aunt just died last Wednesday of COVID as well, and she was vaccinated. So, again, I think she lives in a foreign country, so the care there may not be as good as what we have here.
All right. Let's go to Dustin. Hi, Dustin.
Dustin.
Hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. I've just tested positive, and I only got tested because my spouse tested positive, and she is sick, and my daughter's sick. But I'm not experiencing any symptoms, and and I experienced symptoms well over a week ago. When is it safe to return back to work?
Yeah, so the recommendation is 5 days of quarantine if you test positive or you're symptomatic, and then 5 days of wearing a mask. So 10 days of protecting other people. About a third of people are still contagious after 5 days, and about 10% are still contagious after 10. If you're vaccinated, up to 40% of people can be asymptomatic, which just shows the vaccine's preventing symptoms. More importantly, the vaccine's preventing death or hospitalization by over 90%. In the unvaccinated people, about 20% of them could be asymptomatic. So again, the asymptomatic people are the dangerous people because they don't know they have it and they're out spreading it. And it sounds like your spouse and your daughter are pretty sick and you haven't been, but you know you have it.
Right.
So it's a great question. I think the key is 5-day home quarantine or until you're asymptomatic, and then an additional 5 days of wearing a mask when you're around other people.
So I'm asymptomatic now. And
wear the mask for
been
5
days
days.
since my symptoms. So I'm just trying to
Yeah,
determine.
so wear the mask for 5 days. Wear the wear the mask for 5 days. It wouldn't hurt to get tested again.
Yeah,
Right?
it's not unreasonable
How
to
long
get
before
tested
it
again.
tests negative?
Well, again, about 70% of people are vaccinated, test negative after 5 or 6 days. About 90% will test negative after 10 days. I've seen some vaccinated people go 12 days before their test is negative. So I think, again, the recommendation is 5 to 10 days, quarantine and or mask. or until you're asymptomatic.
All right, Dustin, thank you.
See you, Dustin.
Hope your family's feeling better, Dustin.
Yes. Natalie, we're out of time. I'm sorry. You'll have to try back next week.
Dr. Cobble, will you come back next week?
Sure, I think so.
Okay. Well,
Nobody
I think I'm
knows
around.
these days, Bill.
yeah, that's true. It's a
Can't
crapshoot.
promise anything.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for your knowledge and expertise today, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the questions.
Actually, Natalie, I should say, rather than calling back next week, call your doctor.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Traffic, Gina, please.
It is a parking lot out there. Travel advisory from UDOT. Wasatch Front drivers should delay travel if possible this morning. Temps in the teens and 20s combined with widespread snowfall have made roads slick. Plows are out, but conditions are still challenging because there's not a ton of snow out there. It's mostly ice that's affecting your commute. An hour and a half to get from Provo just to 90th South. Not to downtown Salt Lake, just to 90th South. Too many accidents to mention, and things are just very, very slow everywhere. If you can delay your travel, please do. Might be a good time to try out that free fare February for UTA. All buses and trains and Front Runner and all of that are free this month. This is a good day to maybe check that out because traffic is just nasty. So, sorry.
All right. Round 2, your boners coming up?
Yeah, here we go. Round 2, number 1. Those things are just 112 million years old. I mean, who's going to miss them? Boner candidate number 2, Nazis, Democrats, what's the difference? And boner candidate number 3, I'm sorry, I misread those. Number 1 is, I think you mean that you have done less than anyone. Number 2 is Nazis, Democrats, what's the difference? Number 3 is, they're just 112 million years old. Who's going to miss them?
All right, round 2 of your boners coming up after these. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Well, go to us. Listen, this is a free, no obligation appointment that you can schedule with Hoops to talk about the LASIK procedure and get rid of your glasses or your contact lenses. And for a lot of years, Hoops Vision did this procedure, and they didn't offer any discounts at all. But now they are. $800 off the procedure. That's pretty amazing. And it's really, there's nothing to it, is there, Carrie?
No, it's easy. You make the appointment, you go in, you say hi, you lie down for about 15 or 20 minutes, and then you get up and you can see.
Yeah. Now, the consultation that we're talking about here, it's free. Schedule it right now at Hoops Vision. Take advantage of that $800 off the procedure. Why, that, if I'm doing the math right, that's $400 an eye.
Yeah.
Call 877-30-LASIK, LASIK, 877-30-LASIK, or book online, hoopsvision.com.
Brother Philip likes Propel water.
It's Jesus' preferred water.
On the right hand of God. America, on the right hand of God.
Excuse us. Are you Brother Philip?
Yeah.
Hi, can we talk to you for a second? Sure. Yeah, we do a radio show in Salt Lake City. Oh, wow. And we're just talking to your disciples over there. Is that what we should call them, your disciples?
Your
brothers?
Jesus' disciples, really.
Oh, your associates. And we were going to chat with them for a second, and they said, well, you should go talk to Brother Philip. He's the man. Doing the preacher. The preacher. Now, so you do this every day here in Maui?
Yeah, I try to fulfill this.
And you have signs over there that say, sign of the times. What does that mean, Brother Philip?
It's right. I have to share it.
Pardon me?
St. Matthew.
All right, now Brother Philip's going to get out a
the Bible. It's a well-worn Bible. Looks like he's had it for a while.
How long have you had that Bible, Brother Philip?
I'm not sure, really.
And it's Matthew we're looking at.
Yeah.
Are you from Maui?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm from heaven, too.
From heaven?
Yes.
Well, I guess we're all from heaven.
Praise the Lord. The Holy Bible, heaven.
Uh-huh.
And in the morning, it shall be foul weather today. For the sky is red and lowering.
O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times?
High of 73.
I cannot discern the signs of the times.
Although it was a great album by Prince, I know that.
Why we look in the Bible, because of things that God has spoken is coming to pass today.
Now, Brother Philip, we have a woman here. She is the reason we came to Maui is to do. We do a radio show together, and but she's actually come here to get married.
Right on.
She'll be married on Monday. Monday. And do you have any advice?
God wills.
Pardon?
If God wills.
If God wills.
That means I might not get married if God doesn't will
I've maintained that all along, but if God wills, you will get married on Monday. But do you have any advice for somebody getting married?
Well,
back to the book.
Back in the book again.
Yep.
19, eh? Was it 19?
The answers.
Yeah?
Look at that. He knows right where to go in this book. It's like he's read it before.
Not so. Right. And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh.
Okay.
You're still looking for somebody to perform the ceremony, aren't you? Do you do weddings, Brother Philip?
No, I have a friend who does that.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for talking with us.
I love you. Thank you so much for.
Yep. And thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brother Philip, ladies and gentlemen, spreading the word on the streets of Maui on front.
All right, 8:23 right now, and it's time for round two of your boners. Presenting now 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote of these 3 which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight, and get that chance to become boner of the day. So send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third here in a bit. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You know, you could put a lot of salt in that Radio from Hell tote bag that, you know, to put on your sidewalk and your stairs outside and lots of...
Rock salt. That's what you need. All right, here's boner candidate number 1. I think you mean you have done less than anyone. Chuck Morse, a Republican U.S. Senate candidate in New Hampshire, said owning a plant nursery and landscaping company, as he does, means he has done more for climate change than anybody, despite his long record as a state lawmaker of opposing carbon-cutting policies. In local television interview, Morse, the president of the New Hampshire State Senate, signaled his opposition to federal efforts to cut planet heating pollution. He cast those who advocate for emissions cuts from the United States, which has cumulatively added more carbon to the atmosphere than any other country. He characterizes them as elitist hypocrites.
Elitist.
Quote, the part that bothers me the most is these people that get on airplanes and they fly on their little junkets and drink their wine and basically start to discuss how they're going to change the world, and they do it only in the United States. I do more for climate change than anybody out there. I mean, I own a nursery and garden center. I've been a landscaper. I planted more trees than any of those candidates that I'm running against, you know, at any point in time. Now, he has voted in the past. In 2020, he voted twice against net metering policies to provide financial incentives to utility ratepayers who produce their own electricity. He opposed expanding protections for wetlands. He came out against establishing a greenhouse gas rebate program. He voted down a bill to increase the state's solar energy targets. He voted to withdraw New Hampshire from the regional cap and trade market, on and on and on. And yet he says, I've done more than anybody.
Listen, he's planted shrubs, all right?
I mean, that's a good thing.
Good for you.
But the other stuff does not offset your other decisions.
Boner candidate number 1. I think you mean you have done less than anyone. Here's boner candidate number 2. Nazis, Democrats, well, what's the difference? Governor Ron DeSantis' press secretary is facing backlash after she sent tweets on Sunday night questioning whether pro-Nazi demonstrators, that is, demonstrators in favor of Nazis,
yes,
pro-Nazi demonstrators in Orlando over the weekend were organized by the Democratic Party.
It's always that, isn't it?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Her comments drew widespread condemnation from elected officials, and as Gina said, it doesn't make any sense, as well as prominent South Florida rabbi who called her tweet reprehensible. Her name is Christina Pushaw, as a matter of fact, so you know. In the now deleted tweet, Ms. Pushaw suggested that a group of about 20 protesters who were seen wearing Nazi symbols and shouting anti-Semitic slurs were probably or could be political opponents of DeSantis trying to frame the governor. Her tweet was reference to several people organized by the anti-Donald Trump Republican group, the Lincoln Project, who posed with tiki torches last year. Do we even know if they're Nazis, she tweeted, or is it like a student, like a white nationalist who crushed the Youngkin rally in Charlottesville pretending to be Democratic staffers? Yeah,
well,
Nazis, Democrats.
Well, then here's my question for you, since you work for the Governor DeSantis. Why hasn't DeSantis denounced the Nazis?
Exactly.
If they are, in fact, Democrats, what's stopping him from denouncing them? Also, they had Let's Go Brandon signs as well.
Yeah.
So
here's boner candidate number 3 coming up in a minute. They're just 112 million years old. I mean, who's going to miss them?
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up in just a bit. What do you got for us there?
Well, Justin Bieber. I've got a Justin Bieber story, and I know Gina always jumps at the chance to sponsor a Justin Bieber story.
Well, you know what Justin Bieber reminds me of? Baby whales. Follow a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents, meet curious creatures along the way, and see how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Opening February 18th at Clark Planetarium.
Maybe Justin Bieber should remind you of an ape, Gina.
Okay.
Because he has purchased a Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT for $1.29 million.
Why?
That's 300% more than its valued market price. He posted a photo of the new NFT, which features a cartoon ape in a black T-shirt with tears in his eyes, and along with the lyrics from his 2021 hit song, Lonely. What if you had it all but nobody to call? Maybe then you'd know me, 'cause I've had everything, but no one's listening, and that's just effing lonely. He captioned the post that he put. It seems to me that Justin Bieber is the bored ape.
Anybody that would buy these is a boner.
I know you like Thandie Newton a lot, Carrie.
Oh, yes.
I do too, yeah.
Sean Penn made a startling assessment on gender roles, and his assessment don't sit well with Ms. Newton. On Sunday, the Emmy Award-winning Westworld star criticized Sean Penn over his recent claim that American men had become feminized in an effort to better understand women. In a tweet, Newton branded Penn as, quote, a gibbering fool, adding, you used to be sexy, now you're just tragic. Sean Penn, who is currently in Paul Thomas Anderson's Licorice Pizza, made the comments in a pair of interviews with British press outlets in January. He told the iNews that he felt the absence of male behavior both in Hollywood and the world at large. He said, I am in a club that believes that men in American culture have become wildly feminized. I don't think that being a brute or having insensitivity or disrespect for women is anything to do with masculinity or
so
ever
what is
did.
it then? What is it to be masculine then, Sean? What are you saying?
Well, it's to,
It's to not to bother understanding women?
It's to speak loudly and smoke cigarettes. That's what it is.
Yeah, see, I read his statement like 2 or 3 times, and it just made no sense to me.
What is it to be masculine then?
Yeah.
I don't think that in order to be fair to women, we should become them.
Well, we're not. We're understanding them. I don't We're
whatever.
talking to them. You know they have thoughts and feelings, Sean. You may try that.
Some of them do. Some of them do. Some of them women do. Sean, I thought of making Sean Penn a boner last week, but there were too many other good ones. Pfizer and BioNTech are requesting emergency use authorization for their 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine for children age 6 months up to 5 years. Pfizer said that they have initiated a rolling submission of data to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. They expect to complete submission in the coming days, and then they will also submit clinical trial data to the European Medicines Agency and other agencies that do that same sort of thing around the world. Apparently, the FDA will meet in about February 15th to discuss it, and there is a strong likelihood that they will approve it. And then just little kids can get vaccinated, too. There's an all-out, I don't know why this is a story, actually. There's an all-out effort to protect Joe Biden from getting COVID.
Okay.
I would just think that's
sense.
Yeah.
He's the president.
It goes without saying, right?
I don't know why that's a story. I'm just going to move on. Madison Cawthorn, North Carolina congressman. He's the guy in the wheelchair. He's the guy in the wheelchair. He described Donald Trump as being, quote, like a father to me. And he frequently goes to the former president for advice on foreign policy. Speaking to right-wing news site The Daily Caller, he added that he loves Donald Trump and that he considers him a genius. Quote, Donald Trump is like a father to me. I get to talk to him every single day. He's incredible. He's a genius, Hawthorne said. Being 26 years old, obviously I don't have a ridiculous amount of experience with dealing with, foreign policy. So if I just call the former president of the United States and say, hey, what would you do in this situation? And he can tell me exactly what the whole background is to it. So Cawthorn says, rightfully, I'm 28 years old and I probably don't have a lot of experience in dealing with foreign policy.
No.
So instead of calling Donald Trump, why don't you do a little research? Do a little reading, Madison. I love him. He's been very good to me. He's been so good to our country.
Look into Madison Cawthorn about his lies about his record.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And you know what's happening in Salt Lake right now?
Nobody's driving anywhere?
No. Getting underway in just a couple minutes, probably.
Oh, what's that?
The National Republican Party is meeting here in Salt Lake.
Did that get approved?
The big wigs.
No, this isn't the convention.
It's the big wigs of the Republican Party having their, having a working meeting, and they're here today, and they are going to probably formally throw Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger out of the party.
Wow, this cancel culture's gotten out of control.
David Boese, a 2-time Trump campaign advisor, who serves as national committeeman from Maryland, submitted a resolution to party leadership that attacks Cheney and Kinzinger and calls for the Republican National Committee, that's the official body that's meeting here in Salt Lake, to formally endorse their ouster from the House Republican Conference.
They're not going to do it.
Oh, yes, they will.
They'll throw them out of the party.
They will throw, well, yeah, they're going to throw them out of the Republican National Conference, the House Republican Conference. Yes, they will. I guarantee you they will. Now, Kinzinger, he's retiring, so you don't care. And Liz Cheney said, I'm still against Donald Trump. So whatever you guys do, the
It's
resolution
Trump's
is
party now.
expected.
That's why they're going to kick him out. It's Trump's party.
The resolution is expected to be debated by RNC members in Salt Lake this week. The party is gathering for its annual meeting. Should the resolution pass, it would be an unusual and public rebuke from a political party against two of its incumbent members of Congress. But I'm telling you, I bet you anything they'll do it. Because they're afraid of it. If they don't, what will Trump say about them? And they're afraid of that. The Utah House of Representatives has unanimously approved a bill to put period products in Utah schools.
A good thing. They've done a good thing.
They say period products. It's more accurate to say feminine hygiene products. Now, this hasn't passed the legislature completely. It's just passed the House. One by one, lawmakers stood in support of the bill. Some shared stories of students missing school because they had their period. I would strongly urge you to support this bill, said Representative Sandra Hollis of Salt Lake. And the House has unanimously approved it. They'll see what happens when it goes to the Senate. The House also approved a bill to increase penalties for attacks on health care workers because it's happened. So they're going to do that, and then I'm guessing the Senate will approve that one for sure. This is a weird story, and I'll end with this one. Monday morning, an unnamed chicken.
An unnamed chicken.
Yes, an unnamed chicken. Gina, there are chickens with names.
Well, I know.
Chicken Little, for one.
The fact that they mention it makes it sound like it's an unusual thing for a chicken without a name.
An unnamed chicken was caught snooping around security for a way to get into the Pentagon. Officers with the Animal Welfare League of Arlington, Virginia, were called to the scene, and this bird had almost pecked her way into the most secure building on Earth. Sergeant Belina brought her safely to the shelter, the animal shelter, where she will stay until they find a new home for her. Was she simply lost? Was she trying to get to the other side of the road?
Was she a Russian chicken?
Or was she a spy?
Russian chicken.
Sent to steal state secrets. So far, her beak is closed on the matter. I'm looking to see if they gave her a name. It doesn't look like it. So, all right, that's it.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, so Tom Brady is still retired as of today, right, Bill? Bill's keeping an eye on
He
that.
continues to be retired, yes.
And you think, Tom Brady, the best quarterback ever, most decorated, most this, most that. Surely he's quite a wealthy person.
You would think, oh, I know what this story is. Interesting.
You know who's twice as wealthy as Tom Brady?
I do. Somebody
his wife,
who knows.
Giselle.
Yeah.
His wife is worth twice as much as he is.
Wow.
Brady's worth about $200 million.
Jeez.
Giselle is worth about $400 million.
Sounds to me like they're set.
Yeah, the retirement wasn't like, well, do we have enough to retire on?
No, they're secure.
Can we make ends meet?
Giselle, I don't know. I'm going to have to start living off my Social Security.
So between the two of them, $600 million.
I think they can retire and enjoy themselves.
They're okay.
So she doesn't model anymore. Where is is it just money
models.
that she now
She still
has?
models,
She
yeah.
still
She
models?
models.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
not like runway model, but like, oh, look at this watch
Magazines
that you can't afford.
I didn't know
but
she
I
still
can
did that.
buy lots of them. That kind of thing.
All right.
Bill, the Jazz need you tonight. They're playing the Denver Nuggets.
I'm tired.
8 o'clock. It's a late game. You're going to be up late.
All right, let's
but
go,
it's
Jazz.
Your turn. It's your turn.
I'm there.
To play for the Jazz.
Okay.
Weather and traffic. Well, very, very cold. that has made icy situations on the roads. Now, I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. It looks like from about I-80 northward, it's looking pretty good. Not so good I-80 southward down toward Utah County. Both northbound and southbound I-15 is just at a standstill. That must be just people stuck with the icy road conditions. You're going to have a really long commute between Utah County trying to get downtown Salt Lake and even trying to go back southbound. Bangor Highway is at a standstill as well. UDOT has actually put out an advisory. Wasatch Front drivers should delay travel if possible this morning. Temps in the teens and 20s combined with widespread snowfall have made roads slick. Plows are out, but conditions are challenging. And drivers will need to use caution, they're recommending. It's a good day to think about taking advantage of the free fares that UTA is offering on buses and trains, front runner tracks. All of that is absolutely free. Today is a good day to use that. Not a good day to be driving through the Salt Lake Valley. And if you see something, you can text us, but there's too many accidents to mention this morning. So that's traffic. Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, now serving brunch Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays until 3 p.m. Enjoy Gracie's award-winning heated patio and live music. Gracie's is located at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple, adults only.
Here's boner candidate number 3. They're just 112 million years old. Who's going to miss them? A contractor that was hired by the Bureau of Land Management to make renovations and improvements to protect the Mill Canyon dinosaur track site. This contractor apparently drove one of its heavy pieces of equipment over the site's dinosaur footprints, where a boardwalk had been removed as part of a recently commenced renovation. A backhoe equipped with a pallet fork was parked on site, and sections of the dismantled boardwalk were stacked nearby. It appears the contractor's crew was unaware, although they should have been aware.
I was going to say, did nobody tell them?
That some of the dinosaur tracks were concealed under sand, and they drove heavy equipment over them, destroying them. Well, they're just 112 million years old. Who's going to miss them? That's number 3.
Couldn't have a couple of archaeologists there to point and say, don't go there.
The BLM has archaeologists on staff.
Yeah. All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, I think you mean you have done less than anyone. That's a Republican Senate hopeful in the state of New Hampshire. He owns a landscaping business, and he says, my landscaping means I do more for climate change than anybody. Well, he's voted consistently against climate change bills. Boner candidate number 2, Nazis, Democrats, what's the difference? Ron DeSantis' press secretary in Florida deleted a tweet, but she did tweet it out, suggesting that Nazi protesters were Democratic operatives. And boner candidate number 3, they're just 12 million years old. Who's going to miss them?
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome, ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Boner of the day happens at 9:20, but not until we send one of these 3 candidates from this round 2 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth and just use your voice, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting February 2nd, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages, then we got things that must go. Right after these, X96.
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, no, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled.
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause.
That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one cheek sneak?
One cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people. And I won't say who, but I kept thinking somebody is stinking this car up, and you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help him cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
right, let's. Well, we got things that must go ready to fly here, but first, let's award round 2 of your boners.
All right, and it's brought to you in part by really, really good garlic bread.
And Valentine's Day is the big game of romance. You always go with the best players. That would be Lim Jewelers and their selection of exquisite gemstones. Go team, limjewelers.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was, I think you mean you do less for the environment than anybody. That New Hampshire state senator who's running for national office. Just because he has a landscaping business, he thinks he does more for the environment than anyone. He has consistently voted against environmental bills in New Hampshire. Boner candidate number 2, Nazis, Democrats, what's the difference? Ron DeSantis aide in Florida deleting a tweet now, which suggested that Nazi protesters were Democratic operatives. And Boner candidate number 3, they're just 112 million years old. Who's going to miss them? A construction company set to renovate an area down in southern Utah, renovate an area that had dinosaur tracks, and they want to preserve it. They ran over some dinosaur tracks with heavy equipment. Jake won the tote bag, and who do you think won the Boner voting? They were all good candidates.
They were. I'm going to guess the Nazi one.
Me too.
Nope.
Really?
Number 3, dinosaur tracks.
Dinosaur tracks.
Yeah.
Okay. We do love a good local boner. So there you go. There's the winner of round 2. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out at 9:20 when you vote. Things that must go now, brought to you by...
For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. The name is changing, but the commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you. You can't stand them anymore. There are things that just irritate you like a piece of sand irritates an oyster. And so you want to get them out of your life. Send them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go in the subject line, and if we read it on the air, it might make you feel better, and it might even disappear from your life. So, Gina, you want to start with must goes?
Sure. This is from Please Don't Use My Name. Things that must go. Children not wearing masks in school when their teacher is pregnant. Please, parents, think of other people. This is not about you. This is not about your child. And trust me, the kids really don't mind wearing masks.
Yes.
They mind when you make a big deal out of it. That's when they mind. The new trend of posting or writing in window chalk your Venmo account on your car when you've just gotten married, had a birthday, a baby, moved to a new city. Like they think people are just going to go, I'll send you a couple bucks. Don't do that.
Well, maybe people are doing it, and that's why they're doing it.
I'm going to try it.
Hey, I'm going to give it a shot.
Someone will just send you money?
Yeah, I could use a couple of bucks.
Let's see. And the person last week who scolded all parents because we don't dress our children appropriately or do their hair, etc. I used to feel the same way, but now I actually have children, and they are their own beasts. The 10-year-old won't wear a jacket. The 3-year-old has a full tantrum over brushing hair. The 13-year-old couldn't care less what anyone thinks. So, yes, I let them leave the house in the way they feel the best. Thank you for letting me listen. Let's see. Here's another one. Menopause and all associated afflictions must go. Drenching night sweats that require changing clothes, relentless hot flashes day and night, insomnia due to said night sweats and hot flashes, not recognizing my own body anymore. This may seem dramatic, but it's serious. Lastly, and most importantly, no one ever talks about it and warns you what to expect. Please make it go away. Thanks for letting me listen, Jill. And finally, leopard prints must go. Unless you're a leopard. It doesn't look good on anyone.
All right.
Looks good on a little chihuahua when he's got a little leopard print coat. It looks cute.
I'll go next. I have one of my own things that must go. I think, was it Donald Trump last week or the week before who said black people and Americans.
No, that was Mitch McConnell.
Oh, yeah, Mitch McConnell said black. Well, you know, locally.
He said African Americans and Americans is what he said.
Yeah, African Americans and Americans. Yeah. So, but locally, people who write headlines should also consider just watch carefully what you're doing. Read them over a couple of times. This is on Fox News' website today. Americans and Utahns quitting at record rates. Americans and Utahns indicating to me that people at Fox don't consider Utahns Americans. Let's see. This one says, must go. Men in giant diesel trucks that are louder than a jet. Yes. As I peacefully eat my lunch in my car outside and startled to hear near cardiac arrest, I immediately think of how tiny your genitals must be and how cool your truck is. This one says, please don't use my name. I only have one thing that must go, and that's my coworkers sitting in their cars, idling on breaks and before work. Please, make that go away. And then this one, hello, Lords. Peterbilt Brian here, and here is my thing that must go. I drive a diesel truck, and the thing that must go are the people that drive gasoline cars that fill up at the only pump that has diesel in it when there are plenty of other gas pumps available. Now, I know it's probably just an oversight, but maybe if you drive a gas car, you gassers, think about going to a spot that doesn't have a diesel pump so that those that do have diesel can still fuel up without waiting. Thank you for letting me listen. Carrie?
All right. Things that must go from Joey. The Utah legislature, ignorance of non-vaxxers. That old lady on KUTV News insisting that mask wearers make you breathe in CO2. Can we please get rid of the stupid people? Joey, we've been trying, and it just doesn't seem to work. Let's see. It does not say whether I can use their name, but here we are. This is an odd one. I'm weary of people who think they can pick at their faces, ears, teeth, nose, and flick it in my car.
I think she means passengers. Passengers in her car.
But does this person mean little kids or is it a car?
Adults?
Yeah. Anybody.
What is wrong with people? Make their nasty habits go. Just go. I'm not doing favors giving people rides anymore. Okay. And this one from Turk. Now Turk says I'm going to get this, but I have to admit, Turk, I do not. I was driving to work in the cold and dark and heard this morning's things that must go. I looked around and it hit me. Everything.
Just everything?
All of it must go. Carrie might understand this obscure reference. And lo, the elders of cricket did gaze upon the universe and said, it's got to go.
Elders of cricket.
I don't know what that means, Turk, but thank you. Thank you for letting me listen. Have a great life and be safe. Turk.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
It was a Hitchhiker's Guide. Traffic?
Yeah, so bad news. If you're trying to get from Utah County to Salt Lake, or even from Salt Lake down to Utah County, it is just parking lot, both directions of I-15 from about Murray on southward. Now, the good news is north of that, it looks like things are moving pretty well. And Karen from Wendover has a doctor's appointment. Actually, the 201 looks pretty good, Karen. You're probably okay. It looks like the biggest trouble is south, like I said, south of Murray. It is still just a nasty parking lot there. I would still avoid leave it if you can wait to leave. You should. So icy conditions were the problems this morning. Not so much snow, but ice. And there have been UHP is reporting over 70 accidents they've dealt with this morning so far. So don't be one of those. If I-15 north and southbound from Murray to Utah County is part of your commute, I would suggest not commuting right now. Try that free fare that's going on with the UTA. That sounds like the way to go today. That's traffic.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back right after these messages. Your second word in our $1,000 a day giveaway contest. Get your phone ready and prepare to text. And all of that and more coming up. Black Velvet Boutique, Gina.
Yeah, think of it for Valentine's Day. Black Velvet Boutique opens 7 days a week. They're at 595 South State Street in Clearfield. You can go to their website. It's blackvelvetboutique.com, or you can call them 801-525-1580. 3. Now, what is Black Velvet Boutique? They want you to know that good sex can be exciting, but talking about sex, that can be difficult for people. Creating intimate connections in the bedroom requires good communication, but knowing how to tell your partner, or even just understanding what you want in the bedroom, that can be difficult. Well, the expert staff at Black Velvet Boutique is available for you as a sexual resource. They're available to answer your questions discreetly, provide suggestions. They have an all-female staff at Black Velvet Boutique, judgment-free atmosphere. They are just there to help you with intimate bedroom toys, lingerie, massage oils. And you can, of course, shop there anonymously. You don't have to involve the staff, but why not? They're experts. You can talk to them. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, Black Velvet Boutique.
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between, the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places, and people walk. They'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking. I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone. It's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but it turned the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing, kind of American, westernized-looking clothes, and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son's nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls him Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
Well, you're stuck in traffic. It's the perfect time for you to text in and try to win $1,000. You can do that right now. Actually, better chance of you doing it all day long if you enter 6 times with the 6 different keywords. We'll give you one now, then 11, 1, 3, and 5. The more times you enter, the better chance of being that local person that wins the $1,000. Here's your keyword for the 9 o'clock hour. It's Aggies. Aggies, as in Go Aggies or Utah State Aggies. Aggies, Aggies, Aggies. Text it to 33986 now to enter to win. Aggies, see official rules at x96.com.
Well, you'll have to excuse me because I have to use the bathroom.
God. God. Spell it with me now. G-O-D. Like you wouldn't know that already. Anyway, we'll use the word God in a bit of conversation between our 2 Utah buddies, LeVar and LeGrand. The boys are at Lagoon attending LeGrand Ardun's family reunion. Again, the word is God.
Glad you could come to Lagoon for my family reunion, LeVar.
Well, it's nice of you to invite me, LeGrand. I don't have no family of my own. Come to think of it, I don't have a last name. The Dunn clan sure is numerous, though.
Well, it's fine old polygamous stock, LeVar.
Your granddad had more than one wife?
10. That ain't nothing. My actual dad, he had 3 wives, too.
Well, how come you never had more than one wife?
Well, I tried. Believe me, I tried. I wanted to marry more girls than Midge, but I just couldn't seem to interest none of them. Besides, Midge said she wasn't really for it. Said there wasn't enough man in me to go around, whatever that means.
Hey, listen, which ride do you want to go on before the kids find us again?
Well, let's go on the Sky Ride from the north end of the park so as we can look down to Bountiful. I want to see if I can see the new temple up on the hill there.
You can see it for a long ways. I was driving down from Ogden, up there cruising for stuff at the DI. You know, that's a really good DI up there. Anywho, you can see that Bountiful temple from Cherry Hill on the old highway, but then you lose sight of it when you drop down here by Lagoon.
Well, I've actually drove up to it. Drove around that temple and stuff.
And how'd you get there?
Just drove down I-15 and then got off at the Bountiful exit and then headed east.
Just got off at the main Bountiful exit, huh?
Yep. Hey, you know what I need right now?
What's that?
Need me a slush puppy. It's god-awful hot out of here all of a sudden.
Sure has. Nothing will cool you off like a slush puppy.
They got all the flavors?
Yep, they got the blue, the red flavor, the green flavor, and the most cooling flavor of them all. Yeller.
Got 'em all, huh?
Got 'em all. Because on this day.
In 1966, Robert DeLeo, bass player for Stone Temple Pilots, was born. Of course, his brother Dean DeLeo, also a member of the band.
You didn't tell me it was the bass player.
Yeah.
What? You can't be hating on the bass player, Kerry.
I don't, but
I know.
What would you say to our friend Dallin Weeks about that? What would you say to him about that?
He's not in Stone Temple Pilots. What are you talking about?
My friend Dallin Weeks is the lead singer, all right?
There you go.
You just ignore his musical instrument contribution.
I can't pick on bass players. Sting, Roger Waters, I can't pick on bass players.
Tom Brady continues to be retired.
Yes.
And I was reading that book, Stiff,
Yes. Well, you're reading that now?
Yeah, I've never, I've had that book forever, and I just haven't read it. Mary Roach, is that her name? And it's great. I mean, she has a really good style of writing.
Yeah.
It's all
I've
about
read all her books. Yeah.
It's all about bodies dying, death, what it's like, what mortuaries are like, what decomposition is, all of that. But there was a little side note that I thought was fascinating. She said she was talking about embalming, and she talked about somebody who was the father of embalming. And the side note was, there's a father of just about anything you can think of. I had not considered that, but like
somebody was the first person to do something.
Who's the I'd try to think of really odd things that you could be the father of and see if they're...
What about the mother of? Fathers aren't the only ones that started things. Mothers started things.
The only thing that mother started that I can think of is the mother of invention, but that's it. But, like the father of... Who's the father of bass players, for instance? Who is the... is there almost a father of anything you can think of? I don't know.
I'm sure
there's a first person to do.
Well, I guess this leads nowhere.
Well, I'm kind of stunned.
I thought maybe the father of radio. That's Marconi, right? Wouldn't that be?
Well,
Marconi?
inventing it.
Well, just do father of, and then put a word in, put radio in, and see what it says.
I put father of bass guitar, and Leo Fender is what comes up.
Leo Fender.
Put father of radio and see what comes up.
Father of...
My guess is Marconi.
Marconi, Tesla...
Tesla didn't
invent
radio, did he?
Inventors. I'm just reading you what's here. All right.
What does it say?
Marconi.
Yeah.
Oh, Marconi. How about the father of a gin martini? Is that?
Let me look and see what it says. Father of gin. Let's see. Silvius, a man attributed with inventing gin.
That's weird.
In the 1700s.
Isn't it? I mean, that's odd. You can put almost the father of almost anything.
Father of bastards.
Oh, that's a good one. Try that one. Father of bastards.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
But
maybe.
Person.
I think that's a.
There wasn't one person who was the first bastard.
Well, maybe. Father of bastards. I'm looking.
Okay.
Well,
no. There's no one first person. Unless it's a biblical story they're going to reference.
Well, it says the father of the law, the bastard law of England. So they made it a law that, if you were a bastard, if you were an illegitimate child, there were legal
what if
ramifications.
you fathered an illegitimate child? That's where the legal ramifications should be.
Well, yeah. The strange
not
history
for the
of
child.
bastards.
It's not the child's fault they're a bastard.
Well, you tell that to all the bastards who've been picked on in history, because there have been many of them. Bastards have the tendency to get picked on. That's why you shouldn't have them. Actually, there are many bastards these days, aren't there? That concept has kind of gone out the window, hasn't it? She had an illegitimate child. They have an illegitimate child.
That's the world that Democrats want you to live in, Bill.
They want you to not care about.
That's the liberal world they want you to live in.
This says
pretty soon words don't mean nothing.
Today, bastard is used as an insult to describe children born to non-marital unions. But being born to unmarried parents today is largely free of any kind of stigma.
That's what I'm talking about.
And there are no laws against it anymore, although there used to be. So there was a father of bastards, considered the guy who proposed a law if you broke the law if you had a bastard.
You bastard.
It's a funny word if you keep saying it. It's a great word,
isn't it?
Because all of you have been acting like a bunch of B-words.
That really is a great
That wouldn't
word.
work for a Wordle word, though. There's too many letters.
Yep.
I was going to maybe use it tomorrow, but I won't.
B-A-S-T-U-R-D.
I could use bitch. I'm starting with bitch tomorrow.
Do it.
I think you start with bitch every morning.
I teed that up for
Thank you. Thank you very
so
much.
nicely.
We got Boner Fight coming up after these. Find out who Boner of the Day is. X96.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Gel. G-E-L, gel. And now to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and LeGrand are here to show you how Utahns speak. Listen carefully for the word gel. Our word today was supplied by a famed Utah attorney who has undoubtedly heard this word used more times in his life than he cares to remember. The word again is gel.
Hey, LeGrand, how's tricks?
What? How's what?
Tricks. You know, things. How's things? How's it going with you? How's tricks?
Oh. How's it going? I got you. How's it going?
I asked you first.
What?
How it's going, that's what. I just asked how's it going, then you... Never mind. What's wrong with you?
Well, sure. I mean, no doubt I'm just fine. I'm a little distracted, maybe. Who wants to know?
Never mind. What's got you so distracted, LeGrand?
Well, I was speaking on the phone with my uncle down to Moab. My Uncle LeGrand.
I'm LeVar, you're LeGrand. That's the...
so's my uncle.
Huh?
Yeah, LeGrand Peterson. He owns a small gravel pit down to Moab.
Wait a second. Ain't you LeGrand Peterson?
No, I'm LeGrand Peterson. He's Peter S-E-N. I'm Peter S-O-N.
Well, hell, that's confusing.
Not to us. But anywho, he wants me to come down to Moab, help him catch some appliance dumpers.
Some what?
Someone has been dumping old appliances into his gravel pit.
Oh.
And he can't catch them. There's like 10 old fridges there and more every couple of days. So my uncle, LeGrand, will have to pay to have them all hauled away. And that's going to get expensive. But if he can catch who's doing it, maybe he can get reimbursed. And if not, well, he's just going to have them thrown in jail.
I guess illegal dumping can get you jail time.
It's jellable, all right. So long as the gels down there ain't full.
Yep.
Yeah. But I got a few things to take care of first. Hey, LeVar, I just noticed your hair looks kind of different. You using some kind of junk in it?
Yes, my wife made me try it. It's some kind of new hair gel.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
Okay, it's 9:20 right now. And we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes. 7 or 8. So is there any stories that you left off of the table there?
Yeah, we were talking about Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah.
Earlier, who says he loves Donald Trump and is like a father to him, and do you want to sponsor this, Gina? Madison
Sure.
Cawthorn?
I'll just remind people that Valentine's Day is the big game of romance. You always go with the best players. That would be Lim Jewelers and their selection of exquisite gemstones. Go team. Go to limjewelers.com.
So we were talking, Madison Cawthorn, who is in the House of Representatives. He's in the House. And we were talking about him and the fact that he's in a wheelchair. And so I looked up the story about that. This is from March.
He's lied about it.
This is from March of 2021. It says a former close friend of right-wing Representative Madison Cawthorn told the Washington Post, but Madison Cawthorn is a Republican from North Carolina, that the lawmaker Cawthorn had lied about a car wreck that partially paralyzed him. Cawthorn's account of the 2014 wreck, which he presented publicly in the chapel of his Christian college in Virginia 3 years later, in the chapel of his Christian college, was that a close friend, this is his story, was that a close friend had crashed the car in which he was a passenger, leaving him to die in a fiery tomb. But the friend, Bradley Ledford, said, "That's not true. I pulled Madison out of the wreckage. It hurt very badly that he would say something as false as that about me," Mr. Ledford said. "That is not at all what happened. I pulled him out of the damn car the second that I was able to get out of the car myself. That's just one part of the lie," Madison Cawthorn told about all of this. Cawthorn claimed that he was declared dead after the wreck. No, he wasn't. The police report noted he was, quote, incapacitated. Cawthorn said he was preparing before the crash to start his studies at the U.S. Naval Academy, a boast that he eventually turned into a campaign ad. But they found out that no, he had been rejected by the Naval Academy before the crash ever happened.
Had nothing to do with the crash.
Cawthorn, who was 25 at the time of this writing, exploited his tale of his crash at an age 18 for his successful 2020 House campaign. So that was 2020. So House of Representatives, is it still every 2 years? Or did they up it to 4? I can't remember. Senators are 6 years. House of Representatives every. So he should be up for election soon anyway.
But here's the thing.
Will they re-elect him?
There's quite a few people running against him for these many reasons. But this is the modern GOP. They don't legislate. They don't have ideas. They're in it to get Twitter famous. They're in it to get social media famous, for clicks, to be on Fox News. That's why they're in it, to be celebrities. They don't want to actually do the job. And that's what this guy did. He created a story.
I think Madison Cawthorn will lose the election.
I hope so.
Because any number of people running against him could just say, he lied to you. Look, here's where he lied. Here's where he lied. Here's where he lied. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has recently revealed the highest paying jobs in each state. Would you like to know what the highest paying jobs in Utah are? Number 1.
Okay.
Radio personalities.
Is it really? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. No wonder the boss hates us so much.
People who are in radio. No, it's not. So the highest paying jobs, obstetricians and gynecologists. Oh, no, wait, this is Montana. That's what this stupid story. It purports to be a story about the highest paying jobs in Utah, but then it goes on to say all these other states and Utah is not. Oh, here it is. Utah's top job. General pediatricians. They earned the highest annual median wage, compared to all other jobs in Utah.
Really?
Well, it's all those under 5 kids that we have running around here.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Large population.
Yeah, you need a lot of pediatricians, and they're in high demand. So, you'll be glad to know that in addition to Tom Brady continuing his retirement, security construction is going along very nicely at Governor Cox's home down in Fairview, Utah. It's going along. The project is great. It's also over budget.
What a surprise.
Way over budget. So, but there you go. So there's your tax dollars at work.
Are we doing the same thing for Dr. Angela Dunn?
No.
Because I think she's probably gotten a lot more threats than Spence.
You're right. This headline really bothers me. Utah is considering offering driver exams in other languages, other than English.
Okay.
What
Why
bothers
weren't we
me
already
about
doing that?
Yeah, that's what bothers me about it.
I was going to say, how come we haven't?
And there's some damn debate on it?
There shouldn't be any debate. But we got all these pig farmers up there on the hill making these choices.
Utah only offers driver exams in English for many immigrants. A proposed law would change that. Driver tests in different languages are currently only reserved for refugees and those granted asylum. So if you're a refugee from another country, like we had refugees from Afghanistan coming here, I guess that they can say, I want to get a driver license, I don't understand English well enough, and they will translate one. But they don't just routinely, I guess.
But if you just move here from somewhere else?
Jesus Castillo, 77 years old, moved to Utah from Pennsylvania last year, and he went to the Driver License Bureau to figure out how to get a new license. Before living in Utah, Castillo had lived in New York and Pennsylvania, and he had had a driver's license in those states for 50 years. And in both states, he took his driver license in Spanish, his test in Spanish. So I asked about taking the exam to get my license here. He said, I would like it in Spanish because that's the language I'm best in. And they told me, well, we don't have it in Spanish. Sorry.
But
well, could you
Spanish,
provide one? No, I'm sorry. We don't have it.
I can't believe there's a debate about this.
Horse crap.
Exactly.
Just horse crap. Especially, I can sort of understand. You remember when there used to be that argument about, well, if we do that, we're going to have to start offering it in 200 different languages.
No,
we're going to have to start doing it in, in Hutu. And well, even if that's true, computers make it possible to say, here, translate this.
It's not like they have to hire somebody to come in and read it to you.
As a texter just sent us this message, remember, kids, institutional racism doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's a perfect example.
Absolutely.
Like,
that's a perfect
Bill's point,
example of it.
It would be absolutely free for them to.
Yeah.
Push a button.
Well, no,
that
you'd have to buy a program, special program to do it. You'd have to pay for that. A couple of $100. So Chinese, okay?
Yeah.
Chinese characters. Well, I'll buy the program. Go ahead.
There you go.
Jeez.
Crazy. All right.
Let's see, one quick more story here.
Oh, and here's another texter. Plenty of young Mormon boys coming home would be happy to get a job translating things for the government, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Let's put those kids to work.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
I'll tell you about the chewing gum tower later on.
Please.
So here we go. The winner from round 1 against the winner from round 2. Back in the these are both local boner candidates. So see how it goes. Boner candidate number 1. There's good reason to be afraid of the Las Vegas hordes, but this seems like overkill. The little southern Utah town, the bedroom community of Ivans, the mayor there has put these items all over town. They're called disaster boxes, and they're on poles, and they've got a big sign on them. It says Disaster Hub Box. For common emergencies, dial 911, but if there's a really serious emergency, open this box. What you'll find inside is a two-way radio, a clipboard with a mechanical pencil, and I forget what else is in there. And so you can contact, authorities if there's. Well, the reason the mayor of Ivins thinks this is most important is because if there's any trouble in Las Vegas, hordes of refugees from Las Vegas will start pouring into the town of Ivins.
Strippers with all their belongings coming up the highway.
Keno runners.
Is that David Copperfield?
Yes, jeez. What a moron. Jeez. And then boner candidate number 2 is, they're just 112 million years old. Who's going to miss them? A company hired to make improvements at the Mill Canyon Dinosaur Track site was making improvements but then they rolled their heavy equipment over some dinosaur tracks, destroying them. That's number 2.
All right, you've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth and use your voice, 877-602-9696. Going online is easy, x96.com. Once you get there, refresh your internet browser because we just put the box up about voting. It says Boner Fight February 2nd, 2022. So if you refresh your browser, it'll appear and you can click and vote. It's easy. All right, there we go. Boner of the day. Vote. Okay, the shop sells, it's called how would you say that with all of those?
Celebrities.
Celebrities.
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run. Yeah, that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open, yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was...
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah,
Let's make
honest,
it perfectly clear.
Honest.
All right, 9:36. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by spaghetti with sausages and red peppers and garlic bread.
You made that garlic bread?
Yeah, I did.
I like the homemade garlic bread. And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, now serving brunch Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays until 3 p.m. Enjoy Gracie's award-winning heated patio and live music. Gracie's is located at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple, adults only.
I made my garlic bread with garlic.
Like real garlic, well, not like garlic powder, but like chopped up
both.
garlic?
Both. And lots of butter and salt. So we had Boner candidate number 1. You know, there's a good reason to be afraid of Las Vegas hordes, but this seems like overkill. That got a fair amount of votes, but couldn't beat the dinosaur destruction at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
121 votes for number 2. Wins Boner of the Day.
People love dinosaurs.
Antiquities.
There you go. Let's see. So that is your Boner of the Day for today, February 2nd, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week.
I'm so disappointed.
In what?
Well, so I bought that 5-pound bag of gummy bears.
No,
yesterday.
cinnamon bears.
Or cinnamon bears. They are gummy, but they have they really are kind of gummy bears, but they're cinnamon. And here's why I'm disappointed. They were delicious, but I said earlier that I saw a 5-pound gummy bear. Was
just
for
one
sale.
bear.
One bear.
That's
cinnamon bear. I said cinnamon bear. It's not a cinnamon bear. It's a gummy bear. I was disappointed in the fact that it was not a cinnamon
I don't know how you eat a 5-pound.
Slowly.
You get a knife and fork and.
Oh no, I would just nibble on it.
You just.
Yeah. Just nibble on it. I don't.
It's 5 pounds.
Yeah, I don't really know how you would do it either. I just kind of like the
Would you bite an ear off first? Is that where you start?
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I'm sort of disappointed. Oh, I know. I was going to tell you the story about the chewing gum. Speaking of items that you eat and chew. So this is a story from, I don't know where this is. It appeared on TikTok, but this woman had a picture. Her name is Miliana Morin. She's in the United Kingdom. And she went on TikTok and asked social media followers to send her their crappiest date stories. As she said, though, nothing could prepare me for one woman's shocking discovery, her crappy date story. She learned that her date had taken every piece of chewing gum that he had ever chewed and made it into a mountain on the bedside table next to his bed.
That's disgusting.
And there's a picture of it.
Do we have the picture?
Yeah, I don't know if we have the picture, but there is a picture. This was the most effed up thing I have ever seen in my entire life. The TikToker said.
Why?
I don't know. It doesn't say why the guy.
Did this person immediately leave and say,
I don't know that either.
Thank you, but I'm done with this?
I don't know that. It doesn't say that. It just says she was horrified by the fact that he had saved all of his chewing gum, and it's like it looks like kind of a Christmas tree of pieces of chewing gum. This is a grown
adult person.
Yeah, I saw the picture. I was hoping that maybe the folks in the producers booth would have found it. It's on our prep service.
Yeah, or it's in.
By the time we get it, it'll be too late.
Yeah. It's pretty hideous looking. It's just.
Well, it's like, where is it up in the Northwest? There's that archway.
In Seattle.
Is it an archway or a wall?
It's a whole, like an alley.
It's in an alley.
An alley.
I think
That's
a covered too, but and they cleaned it off once a few years ago. It's called, I guess it's just called the Bubblegum Wall or something like that. It's in Seattle, and they cleaned it off once, and they wanted to get it, do away with it. Well, people immediately started putting gum back on it, and
of course.
So I think they finally just. If I ever confess that the terrible thing I used to do with chewing gum,
I don't know that I want to hear this.
When I was a little kid, I mean really young, 6, 7, 8, I had this weird obsession that if I would see a piece of chewing gum that had been chewed and somebody had thrown it on the ground, I would pick it up and eat it, chew it, and when we were at restaurants, I would start feeling under the table, and if there was a piece of chewing gum that I could loosen from under the table, I would.
How are you still alive?
I don't know. It was like an obsession for a couple of years when I was really little. And I think so I'd try to hide it, of course, when we're at restaurants. And I think finally my mother saw me doing it, and
did she smack you on the back of the head and go, "What is wrong with you? Stop doing that."
Yeah, kind of. And I think I did stop because of that. But it was weird though. It was like an obsession. And you know how little kids, like sometimes in restaurants, they'll climb and go under the table.
Yeah.
And you don't want them to. You try to stop them. But
there was a treasure trove.
And I go under the table and I'd look up and I'd go, "Oh man, all that gum."
Jeez. That when I worked at JB's, that used to be part of the job. Is you had to crawl under the tables with a knife and scrape that stuff off the bottom of the table. It was an awful job.
Why?
Why?
Yeah. I mean, it's just dried up gum.
It's been in people's mouths.
You're not eating it like I was.
I was going to say, for Hartfordville to be objective here, Gina, so just ignore him.
Exactly.
In his mind, it's...
Yeah. It's treasure.
Well, I'll get you some treasure then. I'll start saving mine.
I don't. I have
you don't do that anymore?
I have no compulsion to do it anymore. I have no feeling.
Because see, when he was a kid, when Bill and Bill was asked, "Hey, do you want some ABC gum?" he said yes.
Yeah.
Where
already
everyone else went, "No, why would I?"
And it's not true. Your chewing gum does not lose its flavor on the bedpost overnight.
You know that for a fact.
Yeah, I do. I'd go to people's bedrooms and see if there was chewing gum on their bedposts.
All right, well, let's take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits after these. Stand by. Harmon's.
Every Valentine's Day as it comes, Harmon's comes and they want you to know all of the incredible things they have for Valentine's Day at your Harmon's grocery stores. And
they have fantastic
flowers.
Treats. Well, yeah, where do you start with the treats or the flowers?
And you can order those online.
Mm-hmm. And local stuff. They make, their bakery does such a good job with making their cupcakes and cookies and eclairs. They use real butter. Everything's from scratch.
chocolate fondue. That you could get, of course, chocolate strawberries, red velvet cheese ball. They carry Valrhona chocolates. Those are really good. They just all kinds of stuff at Harmon's. The bakery is amazing. Everything made from scratch. They use real butter, local Ruby Snap cookies, fresh candy. Make some steaks. Go to the meat department and get some Wagyu beef and make steaks.
And you could have surf and turf, Bill. They have lobster tails too. All of that. Go to harmonsgrocery.com.
So I was just going.
The Utah Word of the Day is brought to you by Bullfrog Spa's Clearance Center, now open in Midvale. Save thousands on hot tubs and outdoor furniture just off 72nd South in the Winco parking lot. A temporary clearance sale that ends soon.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Jewelry. Jewelry. Jillery. Jewelry. And here with another fine example of how the word is used are those two sturdy Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand, to use the word jewelry in a sentence.
You're looking pretty sturdy today, LeGrand.
I'm not feeling really sturdy today, LeVar. A little Metamucil will take care of that.
That's right.
Hey there, LeGrand.
Yeah.
He said?
Yeah. Huh?
I hope this isn't a personal question.
Well,
But what did you get your wife for Mother's Day, if you don't mind?
well, not at all, LeVar. I got her some fancy jewelry. My wife's always loved jewels of all kinds, so I let her pick out what she likes, and then, she lets me pay for it.
Ain't that the way?
Yeah.
Would you get her like a ring or something?
Well,
With a Jill on it?
well, yeah, she got a necklace with jewelry.
They say jewelry is the way to a woman's heart.
Well,
Who's your jiller? Who do you go to?
well, I mostly just go to this one place. I done it for a bunch of years because an old friend of mine, and he's also my cousin, works at this jewelry store.
Well, what store is that?
Well, it's a tradition. I always buy my jewelry at Zell's.
Zell's, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't even know they were still around.
No, Zell's is good, and my cousin's buddy is working there for many years now, and they have a big Mother's Day sale down to the Zell's.
A what?
A big Mother's Day sale.
Oh, Mother's Day sale at Zell's.
Down to Zell's.
Oh, so you get a good price then at Zell's.
Never fails.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Not Snuffy and Guffy.
No, nope.
9:51.
Am I the only one that when you hear a story about somebody resigning because they had an inappropriate relationship, that you go look at pictures of them and you go,
Jeff Zucker, you mean, the head of
Yeah.
CNN? So what do you...
like, really?
What do you mean by that?
I don't know what I mean.
I mean, I think there
Like,
are
I'm
plenty
thinking about them in a way that I shouldn't be thinking about them, but they put it out there.
You mean you're lusting after them?
No, like, I'm surprised that they do that sort of thing. They don't look like they do that sort of thing.
What? Who looks like they do that sort of thing? There's
you can't help but think about it. When the story comes out, like, here's this guy, and here's the person they were caught with, and you think, oh, all right, well, okay.
I don't
You don't picture it at all. You don't like that doesn't cross your mind even a little bit.
If it were Quasimodo, who was the head of a giant network, and he had a hunchback and he said,
millions of dollars.
Maybe I might go, what? But Jeff Zucker, he wears glasses, he's bald, but he's,
I would not even say Quasimodo, because there's a kink for everybody out there. So.
Well, that's true. Jeff Zucker is not particularly handsome, but he's not hideous.
I don't. It's not even a good-looking thing. It's just like you think of, like, people like that. Oh, he's in charge of a big business. He's got
looks have nothing to do with power, Gina. And Jeff Zucker had power.
Yeah, I get. Okay, I don't
Right?
get it. I guess
he had power.
Well, we'll always have a camera shot of an empty podium waiting for Trump to remind us of him.
True.
Because that's what he did.
Yeah.
I don't remember. What is that?
Yeah.
There was CNN would cover Trump's rallies constantly, and he was always late, but they wouldn't cut away. They just kept the camera on the empty podium while the commentators sat and vamped, waiting for him to show up.
Now, Jeff Zucker was not married. He was divorced.
Oh, okay.
But apparently it was
had a relationship with
somebody that he worked with, I guess, and that's where you get a big problem.
Yeah, well, when you're the big boss, you can't sleep with anybody. Everybody's a subordinate, so there's
wait a minute. I think
you're equal.
I think maybe he got divorced because of this.
That's probably more likely.
Probably, because Soledad O'Brien says you shouldn't be shocked. This was pretty much an open secret.
Yeah. No, he's. I misread that. Zucker and the woman he was having the affair with. I think CNN has rules that you're not supposed to fish off the company pier, as many big businesses do.
Well, between that and the whole Chris Cuomo thing from a few months ago, and he was fired. It just it wouldn't look good if he stayed, because after he got rid of Chris Cuomo for the same thing.
She is a CNN executive vice president and chief marketing officer, and one of the highest ranking leaders on the CNN network. She is. He's resigning. He's resigning, and she said, "I'm staying in my job."
That won't be uncomfortable at all, I'm sure.
And she just said, "Bye, Jeff. See ya. It's been nice." He's fine.
He'll be fine.
I'm not worried about him.
He has plenty of money, I'm sure.
Travel the world. All right. Well, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits, shall we?
Look at him and see if he's... here we go. Coming up on Thursday is the Radio from Hell show.
It's the final week of the X96 1K a day cash bribe. Listen at 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. for the keyword to text in. So have your phones ready.
Also at 7 a.m., it's Beat Gina. And for that daring listener that challenges me, well, you could win the Roadside Diner edition of the Radio from Hell coffee mug.
Then at 7:45, Mayor Mendenhall joins us for our Salt Lake City update. And Bob Pickle, a.k.a. Robert Gerke, is back at 8:45.
And we'll see if Tom Brady continues to be retired. So don't miss Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. Good.
All right.
Did we miss something?
Let's see.
I thought the chewing gum story was the final cap.
We got the battle. We got the battle at the Golden Corral, which we covered yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is like the third day in a row they're reminding me that Slash is going to be on Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Yeah.
I just don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, Bill, you're supposed to watch Pam and Tommy. It's on now.
As a matter of fact, I thought it was yesterday, so I went and I was going to watch it, and it starts today. But I did watch the first episode of We Have to Talk About Cosby, or whatever it's called, the Bill Cosby thing. It was really good.
More nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Who?
Eminem, Beck, Duran Duran, Dolly Parton.
Okay.
Lionel Richie, Carly Simon, Tribe Called Quest.
Ted Nugent?
Nope.
Okay. Meatloaf?
Nope.
Okay.
This is Rage Against the Machine, New York Dolls, Kate Bush, Devo are receiving their second consecutive nomination, while MC5 was eligible since '91. Judas Priest, who has been eligible for a while, reappearing on the nominee list. So,
have you ever even... MC5 is always mentioned being a seminal... Have you ever even heard an MC5 song?
I've got some in here somewhere.
I have heard one that I can think of. It's called "Kick Out the Jams, Mother Effers."
Yeah,
and they say it.
Carrie, don't play. Yeah, Carrie, don't play.
I'm not going to. I'm just looking at my list of MC5.
I saw that album when I was in high school. That's how long MC5 has been around.
Yeah, that's what they're known for. That song.
Detroit, is that where they're from?
The reason that they're mentioned a lot is because they're influential. People heard them in that song and went, let's make a band. It's like Velvet Underground. A lot of people won't recognize Velvet Underground songs, but they influenced a lot of people. So. All right, are we good? Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Bill, you have ruined Juliette Lewis for people. You just ruined her.
Corey is next.